Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere outside of Super Bowl 60. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Monday, February 9th, 2026. Are things moving really fast this month or what? And this, the thing that you are watching, where's the, I switched it to the unhappy hour. The thing that you are watching is the TNAM Daily Show right here on the new American media, because the old American media has failed you. Thank you so much for being here. Did you watch the Super Bowl? Question of the day. How do you feel about the result? Did you gamble? Did you win? Did you lose? Any standout plays? Of course, we're going to talk about the halftime performances. Yes, that's plural. Oh, that is plural. We have some stuff going on. We have options now at halftime. It was like 20 years of satanic performances with demonology and just really going super deep and dark. Pretty obsessive with it, if you ask me. This wasn't about this year. This wasn't about Bad Bunny. This was about a culmination of decisions the NFL has made for 10 years to try to warp and misinterpret, misstate, and weaponize statistics to create a different story of America through Kaepernick, Nike, ESPN, ABC, Disney, to push a super divisive narrative. But you might hear, oh, Donald Trump is divisive, MAGA's divisive. No. Go back to the 90s. You would get a story or two here or there, things that would be flashpoints. Of course, there was Rodney King, there was Tupac, there was OJ. There were a couple of things in the 90s. Matthew Shepard. There were a couple of stories. And there's sort of a universal, just a universal understanding that we had back then. And now things are just very different. And they really have been since 2001, since the Islamic supremacist attacks that took down the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. And we've been in a different direction for 25 years, a quarter of a century. You look at the spending, we had like a trillion or two on the credit card. Now it's at like 40 trillion. You go, you can't pay this back. Like, this is, you killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. This is unsustainable. You've quantitized, digitized, poofed. You've waved your magic wand. And just, here's tens of trillions. Like, it's unpayable. Like, it's coming down because they got greedy, whoever they are. And we know that we're kind of moving in a wrong direction. But yeah, this wasn't about Bad Bunny creating a different Super Bowl halftime show. It was about the Katy Perrys. It was I mean, go down the laundry list. We couldn't even watch the opening games without, I believe, what was it, an inverted pentagram? At the opening ceremony, it's like the Star of David. It's the star in the circle on fire. You go, why did this need to be a part of that? The Olympics are a big showing. It's a portal. It's an energy vampire. What are we doing? We're feeding the loosh. We're crazy for pointing this out. No, we're not crazy for pointing this out. It's right in front of your face, and it has been for years. Just like the pizza stories, just like all the stuff people have been talking about for a long time. And now there's an unveiling. There's like a turning of the page. There's a revealing. It's an understanding. We've been lied to for a while. about important stuff. And so what do we do with it? Well, we reconfigure. We reconfigure what we put our attention into. We reconfigure the policies and the vulnerabilities that we're going to allow. Vulnerabilities with these voting machines can go online, but they totally don't go online. Yeah, but they can be accessed remotely, allegedly, according to some, and I have no direct evidence that that's true, and I'm not specifically calling out any one company or another. But the concept is if you watch somebody write down on a piece of paper and hand you the piece of paper, that's secure. Once you go to a booth and you don't even get a receipt, and the receipt, it doesn't match up, you don't print a receipt that you verify, and then that goes in one stack, and then the computer, and then they both tally up, and if there's an overage or confusion, you do an audit, you take those, like it's madness. We know what secure elections look like, and we know that we haven't really had them for a while, and you have to wonder just how big of a landslide was needed for Trump to win both of those terms. And some say he won 3 terms, and then 5 states magically paused their count while Trump was ahead hundreds of thousands of votes. And now you have Tulsi Gabbard going to Georgia. Tulsi Gabbard, did she just go to Puerto Rico? Or did the team confiscate the Puerto Rico election systems? And is this tied to Maduro? Because the stories are that Maduro in Venezuela could be linked to some sort of malfeasance or theft of country, treason, coup, whatever you want to name it. It's the worst of the worst stuff. And then there's the Epstein list. Oh my God. It just, there's no making sense of it because, they're on the list. Look, there's an email. You go, this is an FBI tip line of 3 million documents dumped. None of that's proven. There's just piles of things called evidence, not really linked to anything to verify or debunk. It's just stuff. You can believe all of it. You can believe none of it. You can believe some of it. What's the smart play there? Thomas Massey's saying that he's going after all of it. And Elon says he will fund the lawsuits of anybody who gets sued if they're talking about the Epstein stuff. And was he removed from his cell? That was it never felt legit to me that he really offed himself. What did we see? We saw a still image of someone that may or may not be him. And by the way, if you were going to move somebody out in a clandestine operation, how hard would it be to go like this? Close your eyes. Someone snaps a picture, snap, and then you go. You're telling me a guy that had dirt on everybody, it wasn't possible for him to get out of that? Friends in high places, friends in low places, especially with the Bill Barr affiliations. Bill Barr's father gave Epstein his start in college, not the Wharton School, the other one. You know what I'm saying. Hang on. Now it's bothering me. It's not the Wharton School. Jamie, look that up for me. Barr gave Epstein a job where? Was it a school in 78? I said Barr gave. No, William Barr, the U.S. Attorney General, did not personally give Epstein a job. It's a family connection involving Barr's father, Donald Barr. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Dalton School. What did I say? Wharton. Okay, it was the Dalton School in Manhattan, Upper East Side Prep School. Oh, I've looked this up before. Now it's saying Epstein began teaching there in September of 74, shortly after Donald Barr's tenure ended. He was 64 to 74. Multiple sources note that Donald Barr made unconventional hires and hired from non-traditional backgrounds. Oh, and okay, so I've read it before. I've done research, and they've said, yes, Donald Barr personally hired Epstein. Now Grok is saying it's unclear if Donald Barr personally hired Epstein. Some reports say it's possible during his final months, while others describe it as happening right after his departure. But the timing and Donald Barr's hiring style, favoring interesting candidates over credentials, are frequently linked. He was there for 2 years till 76, tutoring students, including children of Bear Stearns executives, which helped launch his Wall Street career via a job at Bear Stearns. There is so much that we have to figure out. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to unpack the news. Type in the comments, hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button. Follow us in all of the places, please. Find the New American Media. This TNAM Daily Show is funded by folks like you. I did just get an email that they're about ready to charge me like $700 or $800 more for the Restream yearly subscription. I know you have all, so many of you have been so gracious with your support, your donations, your merchandise over the time that we've been doing the show. Of course, I've been doing the New American Media for 15 years. But yeah, it looks like I'm going to have an $800 bill I'm going to have to pay in 30-something days. So putting at the bottom of the screen the ways that you can support this program. And by the way, no super chats through the month of January so far, sitting at like 93 cents. That ain't going to pay $800 worth of bills. So I encourage you to consider helping out the program. We are on Patreon. Monthly subscriptions could be $10, $100, $1,000. YouTube and Rumble have subscriptions. I think they're like $5, different tiers. Just set it and forget it. It's a monthly $5 donation or something. It all counts. It all counts. It super counts. Then, of course, you can drop Rumble rant tips and super chat tips. Thank you to everybody who has, but just from the bottom of my heart. I just got to find $800 to make that happen. So at the bottom of the screen there, all those things are scrolling, as well as we have Venmo and Cash App. Those are just my name, Brian Engelman, BrianEngelman. You can drop your boy a tip, or what was the other one? PayPal. That's fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com as the email address. That's all scrolling at the bottom of your screen. So we've got a million stories to get through. We'll jump in and activate chat once we begin the program. That is going to happen right about now.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Yes, I would say that the Seattle Seahawks, Sam Darnold, I should have put him in the title, Seattle Seahawks and Sam Darnold, Kid Rock and TPUSA, they won the Super Bowl. Congratulations to the Seahawks, of course. Our co-hosts on Strictly Football, both of them, Jim Mitchell and Mike Barra. Ezrael Robinson is a Cowgirl fan, and I'm a Cleveland Frowns fan. But Jim and Mike, they celebrated a championship. So we're trying to figure out when we're going to do our program, breaking down the game. And, of course, we'll get into the halftime show and the performances and the commercials and all of that jazz. On the Unhappy Hour presentation of Strictly Football. I was aiming for it to maybe be today. I don't know if we can make it today. Still waiting to kind of hear back. If you win a championship, maybe you'll stay up extra late and get extra sauced. and need extra time to sleep in. We shall see. I'll keep you posted. Let me pull chat up on the screen. Hello to everybody. Marion, how about those Seahawks? Exactly. Yeah, that Turning Point halftime, I was unfamiliar with the other artists, and I was only half paying attention. Nothing particularly resonated with me, and I was using that time to communicate with people and sort of checking the song and checking back. I'm like, I'm old enough to remember when Super Bowl performers had star power. You know, I've never been the biggest Prince fan, but he put on a heck of a performance. There's a lot of bands that I'm not they don't particularly speak to me. I don't like, either music connects with you like a Lego snapping together, or it doesn't. And it's fine, whatever. Both, you know, it's fine. But I would recognize a bunch of songs that I didn't love. I only recognized 2 songs from 2 separate alleged star-studded halftime performances. I recognized 2 songs, Bawataba and then that Till You Can't. And that Till You Can't was a highlight of the Super Bowl for me. Very touching song. I mean, it's got, I think, 168 million views. It was released 4 years ago, I think. I stumbled across it somehow. I think it's country, and I don't really listen to that. Patriot Warrior in the Rumble Rat. Playoffs? When are the playoffs? Yeah, we play that clip every show that we do. I encountered the song and I loved it, and then I totally forgot it existed. Then Kid Rock brought it back, and I was like, "Oh yeah." Let me get the lyrics. I'm not going to play it because I'm not allowed to. I encourage you to check it out. And he gives a tribute to Charlie Kirk at the end. Yeah, 2011 country hit by Cody Johnson, written by Ben Stennis and Matt Rogers, topped the charts with its message about seizing opportunities, expressing love, and living fully before it's too late, till you can't. You can tell your old man you'll do some largemouth fishing another time. You just got too much on your plate to bait and cast a line. You can always put a rain check in his hand till you can't. You can keep putting off forever with that girl whose heart you hold, swearing that you'll ask someday further down the road. You can always put a diamond on her hand till you can't. If you got a chance, take it. Take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it, because a dream won't chase you back. If you're going to love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can till you can't. You can always keep on dreaming about tomorrow in that big old house on the hill. You can always say you'll do it when you've got the time to kill. You can always put it off another day till you can't. I think there's other versions of it. But then Kid Rock added one. Well, Grok isn't telling me, but he said he woke up one day with this song in his head, and he got a voice came to him saying, "Write this down. There's another verse to this song that you need to put out there. And get up out of bed and go write it down, put it on a piece of paper and perform it." And that is definitely how music works. Music hits us like an antenna. Like, it just hits us. I've written songs like, just, you don't even know where it comes from. You're sort of tuning into a radio station that's out there. But he said, he added, there's a book that's sitting in your house somewhere that could use some dusting off. There's a man that died for all our sins hanging on the cross. You can give your life to Jesus and he'll give you a second chance till you can't. Till you can't. So it was just a lot to think about. Love the song. I totally forgot it was a song, and then I loved it. I'm like, oh, this. You know, it gets me thinking about fishing with my niece and my dead younger brother. he didn't wake up that week thinking he's not going to be able to do things anymore. You know, it gets you thinking about personal relationships, love and love lost, and promises and follow through and all of that. Gets you thinking about, you know, parents you have lost and parents you haven't lost, but knowing one day you might. It's either going to be them or you first, unless it happens together. Very introspective, very, you know, and it makes you think at times, like if my brother called on the phone or something, or sent a text and I was going to get back, I'm like, I'm watching something. I'll get back to him later. You know, it's like you remember, you're like, why didn't I just pick up the phone? Everybody's too busy. You know, I'll just get back to it later until you can't. Then you go, shit. And then it's about seizing your opportunity. If you got a chance, take it. And that's perfect because, like, I have stepped out on faith to turn this program, this network, this media company into something. 15 years. That's a long time to be swinging a sledgehammer and a pickaxe, you know? That's a long time. Like, if there's gold behind them thar hills, it's about time we find it, because it's been rewarding, and I've built my talent stack and my skill set. Met a lot of great people, had very interesting conversations, filmed monumental moments from January 6th to Bundy Ranch to Occupy LA to 5 or 6 conventions, political conventions, and interviewed several presidential candidates. And it's been rewarding. I think I've done some great work and I'm positioned for something, but you know, you got the bruises, you got the calluses, you got the popped blisters on the hands from swinging the axe. You go, it's got to be gold in them thar hills, or else I'm digging in the wrong direction. And I've stepped out on faith. You know, and that's the chorus. If you've got a chance, take it. I had to bury my younger brother, and I had the opportunity for a minute there to kind of focus on myself and do things that I felt were more important than just staying on the hamster wheel. But the hamster wheel has benefits, because those bills don't stop, man. They just don't stop. $5,000 a month you need just to get by. Yeah, you know, 60 grand is like that is sparse. And that's not including when crazy things come up, big medical expenses or vehicle expenses or this or that. Like, and that's, you got to factor that in. But yeah, I mean, there have been successes this past year, getting the channel remonetized and opening up Rumble Rants and Super Chats, and, you know, expanding into places and finding people that really resonate with our content. And I'm most appreciative of it. So when I got a chance, I took it. I did that in Los Angeles. I went to Los Angeles to create that chance. And when I was in Taos, New Mexico, building Earthships, and I had that orb, unidentified object in the sky experience over the Sangre de Cristos Mountains, the oldest inhabited area in the United States, allegedly. Some indigenous tribes up there near where the Taos snow resorts are. I felt called to create the new American media. I took the chance. I took it while I had the chance. I had a dream and I chased it. The dream isn't going to chase you back. And then if you're going to love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can till you can't. Isn't it time we recalibrate things? So it was awesome. Just go buy the Robert Ritchie song till you can't. It was really good. I was a big fan. So how about that Turning Point halftime? Yeah, and I'm gonna just buzz through the comments and get to all these stories. I still don't know if the guys are gonna want to do Strictly Football at 3:00 today, which would put me on a 2.5 hour tight window, because the show can go 3 or 4 hours, and I have to tighten it up. But like, this is my favorite part of the day. I hope some of you feel like question of the day. Do some of you out there feel like this is one of the highlights of your day, getting together, hanging out, talking about what's happening? I like, this is sort of my favorite part of the day. But like tightening and compressing, because there's a lot of other stuff that has to happen. I've been, having some successes in some things, and some of that stuff needs hours too. But I love this time, and I dedicate a little extra for this because I feel like there's something here. I feel like, but like you then I look at the statistics, the analytics of the program. It's like, well, how do we grow? We've plateaued. Why aren't we're putting out consistent content? It's good. It's interesting. It's compelling. Where are the fruits of that labor? Swinging that pickaxe. That gold got to be around here somewhere. And it's like you're still in double digits on the YouTube videos. You go, how the fuck am I in double digits? We'd interview John McAfee and we get 130,000 views in 2 hours. And, we have, I don't know. I think we're still battling some legacy algorithmic restrictions, some handcuffs, cement shoes on this account, if you will. But I still, if you got a dream, chase it while you got a chance. I could be gone tomorrow. I told John McAfee, and I got to find that clip. I tried looking for it the one day, but I only looked around for a minute or two and I stopped. But I recall telling him, I don't know if any of this matters. I don't know how this plays out, but if there's a maker, and if I have to meet that maker at the end of the day, at the end of my life, I want to be able to look my maker in the eye and say, I tried. And what mattered to me, what was the dream to chase it? It was to try to deliver a better news product. Hit you with stories that you might have missed, because I'm good at, I can sniff out bullshit pretty well. I highlight underreported stories. I think I bring a value to the news space. And I've received comments from people saying something along those lines, and I'm appreciative of that. So that's the dream that I chased. That's for sure. But yeah, Turning Point halftime. That was just such a highlight for me. It's just super emotional. Just tears. Just it just hits. It just finds you. And the whole concept of getting a second chance. And I think there's a post or two that I put up, I think on our X account. Make sure you're following us at American_media_. I put up a post that is sort of the Kid Rock 3-part performance was sort of a career arc where he was 25 years ago. And then it was like an orchestral duo. It was interesting. It was moving. And then, changing from Kid Rock to Robert Ritchie. And it's like, do you want a second chance? That's what Jesus Christ and Christianity is about. It's not complicated. And I just had to kind of go through this with one of my most important career mentors, Scott Adams, probably a renowned atheist or agnostic. I don't know exactly how he would have. He probably has over the years. I don't recall. Some sort of agnostic or atheist or something. Agnostic means a belief in something, but you don't know what to put a name on it, so you don't. Or atheist is I choose to believe that nothing created everything, and you go, that's a bold stance. That's a strong, strange stance to take. How could you know? And if you could know, why would you pick 0 ping pong balls out of possibly 1? But just watching Charlie Kirk explode in front of us in September, that was just a couple of months ago. A future president of the United States was exploded, and we watched it. We were here live. Like, we had a mass casualty trauma event that we had to go through. That was a tough show. Real time. I remember we stayed extra. My Uncle Bruce, the pastor, called in, Christian pastor. We're just trying to make sense of this fucked up world. And not like it gets any better when you hear all the Pizzagate stuff coming true, all the QAnon stuff coming true. And you go, wasn't I deleted off social media for saying this stuff a fucking decade ago? And you go, yeah, well, who controls the strings? Who controls the media? Who controls the systems? There's a lot of bad actors, and I moved my priorities into just putting my head down and trying to work some schlubby job. And it's like, I can work a job. It's not rewarding. And every time I try to put something out, nobody hears it. Nobody sees it. You've deleted my pages without cause, without explanation, without opportunity to remedy any alleged issue. Facebook destroyed the New American Media page. YouTube took away monetization and shadow banned it to shit. So even when you put stuff out, you're a tree falling in the woods, and it still sort of feels that way. But 2,000 videos, 15 years. We are back now making, with your generous, not so much on the advertisements, but just opening up the Rumble rants and super chats. We have a little bit coming in now. Not enough, but some, and it's great. But now at least there's a fighting chance. Rumble can compete with YouTube. All right. Go ahead, take YouTube away if you have to. Although it is like the main source of the income coming in. Haven't quite qualified. You need like 5 quadrillion impressions to get monetized on Twitter or on X now. I'm like, how do you even get that? How do you get to a 5 billion impressions? Like, how do you run a poll that gets 1 vote? 9,000 people following the account, and there's no interaction with it. And you go, what is the point of this? And it does feel pointless. You feel crazy continuing to, but like the song says, if you got a dream, chase it while you got a chance. And so I feel like Indiana Jones in the Last Crusade, I think it was. There's only the penitent man shall pass. So you duck down and kneel as the blade comes by that would have decapitated you. And you have to step out on faith, Jehovah, IEOVA, and you step out across that chasm into nothingness, and you land on an unseen brick, an unseen stone path. You had to take a leap to land. You had to trust that there's a supreme being, a creator, a grand architect of the universe, however you choose to define that. So we watched Scott Adams wither away to nothing and pass away damn near live on camera with us. Years of mentorship and good shows, interesting thought exercises and advice. And I didn't agree with him all the time, but nobody agrees with anybody all the time. We really need to stop saying that. I didn't agree with Charlie Kirk all the time, but he didn't deserve to die. Okay, that's the weakest take you could possibly have on political assassination, because that was a future president. That was a future Republican president. Make no mistake about it. A future Republican president was exploded. They shot President Trump, another future Republican president at the time. The demons are lashing out. And so, do you want a second chance? Like, that song was awesome. I loved it. There's a book sitting in your house somewhere that could use some dusting off, and there's a man that died for all our sins hanging on that cross. You can give your life to Jesus, and he'll give you a second chance until you can't. Until you can't. And it was Scott Adams basically on his deathbed saying, I appreciate so many of you reaching out and asking me to give my life to Christ so that you could see me on the other side. And he said he's going to kind of keep some of the personal stuff to himself. But he said, yes, I have decided to convert to Christianity in the hopes that that's true. And I'd love to see you on the other side, something along those lines. And it was right. I mean, it was close to the end. And so, Kid Rock says he felt called to do that. And then the Charlie Kirk tribute at the end, because he's done. He can't do anything anymore because some fuckwit took him out. There's a lot of emotion behind that. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to unpack with it. And if anyone out there wants to go through with that and try to put some God and Jesus back into your life and recalibrate, there's 4 things you got to do. Acknowledge your need for God and recognize you're a sinner. Number 2, repent of your sins and say, I'm sorry for fucking up so much. 3, believe in Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior. And 4, receive the Holy Spirit and commit to a new life. I know I color with the curse crayons a little much for my liking, and some of you are liking, I'm sure, as well. I'm a professional communicator. I use words sometimes. Yeah, so rededicating yourself. Like, I should probably stop doing some things I'm still doing. I've definitely improved some things that I wasn't doing and doing. Like, it's a work in progress. And so the bitter souls that would just reach out talking about how great the song was, the rendition. Like, you mean the song he wrote about statutory rape 26 years ago on a throwaway song, a filler song on an album that nobody heard? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Cool. Thanks for that. It just brought up so many emotions for me. And a lot of people, if you look at the comments, a lot of tearing up, welling up, and just being moved. I didn't have being moved to tears by evangelist Robert Ritchie on my bingo card for 2026, but here we are. But the story of the Bible is also a story of taking imperfect men and women and helping us get back on track. What is the opposite to that? We fuck up once and our life is done. Like, it's just to overthrow it in the trash. Abort our life like it's an inconvenient child stemming from a one-night stand, a sloppy one-night stand. We didn't. Okay. Yeah, just throw that in the trash. So the Satanists can play with that human flesh, by the way. Yeah, we got some disturbing stories to get into today. So before we get into it, I will actually call out to Jesus Christ, God Almighty, Heavenly Father, Grand Architect of the universe, the Spirit, the Force, whatever happens to be in charge of this thing, and just ask for that blanket layer of protection so that we can see ourselves sitting or standing, however we're taking in this prayer now, this intention right now, this meditation right now, to activate our chakras from the root at the base of our hips, send it up through our spine, up through our pineal gland, shooting a radiant white light, a beam of energy up until the firmament, the bubble dome, captures it and spans it across, giving us a circular protective layer with your angels to protect our minds and our hearts from the disgusting shit we got to find when we're rifling through the rubbish, digging through this Epstein garbage, the demonic, kid-abusing, cannibalistic grossness. Just shield our hearts and our minds when we hear this stuff, and help us learn how to compartmentalize that, set it up on the shelf, let it be there. It can exist. We can access it if we need to, but we don't need to let it burden our shoulders in our daily lives. In your name we pray. Amen. Because if you don't invoke the name of God, if you're going to embark upon something important, something difficult, something challenging, something great, it's a missed opportunity. If I could go into that cave, I guess go back to that analogy where I'm swinging the pickaxe, looking for something, looking for sustenance. Got to find that gold, sell that gold, to get that food, to get that shelter, all that stuff. Wouldn't it be better if you had someone with you with extra lighting, an extra set of hands to watch out, maybe watch your back, or to give you a sense you got to get the hell out of there right before a collapse? Like, you don't know why an angel can grab you and keep you from succeeding in some things, or dragging you out of situations, or putting you in an opportunity when you're ready for it. But my understanding of the angels is you sort of have to talk to them. You got to acknowledge them and thank them, because, if we're created in God's image, don't we appreciate being thanked? How often are we going to continue helping people if they're ungrateful? If they keep doing the same dumb shit that puts them in the bad spot? It's like, hey, can you help me tow my car out? Why? Well, I was doing donuts and I spun out and I end up in the grass and I can't. All right, dork. Next week. Hey, man, I hate to look. I'm sorry, dude. I'll get you a beer, but can you come out here and Why? What happened? Well, the thing I was doing, I did it again, and I ended up doing the same exact thing. It's actually in the same spot. Okay. So gratitude will go a long way, and then changing behavior goes a long way. So to thank and call out and ask for angelic assistance, messengers, helpers, guardians, protectors, Archangel Michael to defend us with physical force and power and strength and precision if we have to take evil out hand to hand, if you will. Yeah, I'd rather call upon that guidance and assistance than leave it hanging. If all you got to do is ask and be appreciative, I'm going to ask and say that I'm appreciative. Because some of these stories are just, I don't watch horror movies because I don't really want my brain to soak up that content. Maybe it was The Ring, probably 25 years ago. Like, I had roommates that would watch that shit, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to go to bed thinking about this stuff. And now you find it all in the Epstein files. So, Marion, how about that Turning Point halftime? That's what I think about the Turning Point halftime. Hello, Trash Panda, Texas. Lake Leon, Droopy Dog, John Brenneman in the house. Welcome, everybody. Marion watched most of it, except for the halftime. Except for the halftime? Lake Leon didn't watch anything. Marion's happy with the outcome of the game. Yeah, I'm happy for Mike and Jim. How cool that, like, season 2, they got to live, like, every week, like, really focused on their Seahawks. Like, what a special season for. I'm just happy for them. I really am. Marion bet on football squares, didn't even get a penny back. Oh yeah, rest in peace to what's his name? That's a shame. I actually never knew his name. The Three Doors Down lead singer. He passed away of cancer at 47, I think. From Three Doors Down. Rest in peace. Hello, maybe Q Chris. Welcome. Who won the Puppy Bowl? Snoop Dogg. I don't know. I got nothing. Did anyone watch the Puppy Bowl? Lake Leon, I don't know what we would do without you. Oh, stop. Love everything you do for us normal peeps. Appreciate you. That's nice. Marion says, question of the day. Yes, we look forward to your Brian talks. Yeah. They are Brian talks. David says the alternate halftime show was perfect. David, elaborate on that. Tell me what in your mind, what made it perfect for you? Yeah, I switched right over. Had a bit of a glitch trying to get it to cast from a device onto the TV, and it closed Rumble. And then I had to open YouTube, then try it on an app. And it was like a bit of a jumbled thing for a little bit, but we figured it out. But do me a favor, hit like, hit subscribe, share the show, send it out on X, send it out on Facebook. Please do all of those things. And remember, we have Rumble Rants and Super Chats. Let's pull up our Instagram feed and get the show going, because we got a lot of info to get you caught up on. A lot happens on Saturday and Sunday. I really almost did a show on Saturday because I left so many important topics on the table with X. We barely got to X because I had to jump to Strictly Football, and I cut out maybe an hour of the show. There's so much happening. Let's just get to it. All right. DC Drano shared this. And we say, we regret to keep informing you about the depths of hell that is at Jeffrey Epstein. Top streamer Asmongold learns something about the jerky keyword in the Epstein files. Oh, wait, does it not go to it? Hold on.
For human meat? Wait.
Yep. No volume? Where's the volume? I just did this. All right, hang on. Let me try this again.
They found a code word for human meat? Wait, what? Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Why didn't we get jerky this week? I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. Thank you so much. Super cool. Beef jerky, delicious. Jojo is here and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. We'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey.
What does walking jerky over to Jeffrey? Sounds like they're doing the thing that's the grossest thing.
Why would jerky walk around? Why would it do that? Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very grateful above all for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't recommend checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. J.E. said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. He said he has 6 bags of it in a downstairs freezer. Why would you freeze jerky? Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky. I gave you all the...
This is very similar to pizza and hot dog keywords. Jerky appears to be a word that the elites started using due to the public learning about pizza and hot dogs. They had to change it.
Jerky we had, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt like it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some
Little St. John.
of that will go to Steve, and the rest will go...
Steve? That's not Steve Bannon, is it? Bannon got implicated big time over the weekend.
To you at LSJ.
Or at least... a lot of people are talking about it now.
LSJ when I arrive. Little St. James Island. And that's what LSJ must mean. So logically,
thanks.
That means that they were doing this off of the island. Steve Hansen is sending jerky to your attention.
Steve Hansen. Okay, they're saying that's who Steve is.
Overnight. I believe it should be enough to get him through. Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more jerky. I'm flying in on Friday. I will bring jerky. Is there a time I could come say hi and drop off the beef jerky? And that's from Jeffrey Epstein. Francis has time to come tomorrow. Show me how to make it. Jerky class anyone. He will bring you to taste his new jerky recipe from the restaurant. He sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called guys, the restaurant's called Cannibal and Cooks. Wait for it. Beef jerky and steak. Can blank make some jerky? I think we should landscape all around the house to use the water if possible. If the main house is not enough. Are there any recorded images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky at all? No, there are no recorded or publicly known images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky. Who sends beef jerky to a lab for analysis? Wait, what? I was looking for the beef jerky as I knew it was in my suitcase, and I thought that maybe I left it on the beach, only to find a small plastic bag near my dog's bed. I'll email Francis to make us some more, as I need 6 to 8 ounces to send to the lab, and I'll forward to Francis the info to send to the lab directly. Guys, I think something's going on. What's this here? Commercial? Apparently it's his last girlfriend who's active on Twitter right now. Check the mail. Names for hers again. Oh boy, oh boy. People are saying this is Jeffrey Epstein's last girlfriend.
Could you imagine someone like that even having a girlfriend?
And this is the same name as inside of the files, and her name change hasn't occurred since 2017, before the files released. After years of silence, the truth. Jeffrey was innocent. Really? Like, he just a good boy? He didn't do nothing wrong? Trapped by powerful people who silenced him. I was his last confidant, and I have the evidence that they're still hiding. I'm not suicidal, just in case. You'll know the whole truth soon. They sacrifice children to Lucifer. It's an entire cult. Jeffrey got involved in their operation for financial reasons and to obtain Combraprot, but never participated in
Combra? I don't know what that is.
the rituals. Oh, what is this here? I'll pull this one up and see it. That's crazy. She cooked in the brain? Maybe. She ate the brain? Yeah, maybe she did. Wire transfer request form. A 65-gallon... Guys, 655-gallon sulfuric acid with fuel and insurance charge? They are dissolving bodies. I'm crazy. Think they found a code word for human meat? Wait, what?
Whew. So Thomas Massey's saying, I'm going to get those fucking names. right now. I'm going in, I'm getting the unredacted stuff. I'm going to read it into the public record myself. He's not waiting. Did you catch that? Did you catch the feed glitch? It's totally fine all the time until you talk about this stuff and they let you know that they're watching and that they know that you're onto them. Yeah, everybody's onto you, motherfucker. Everybody is onto you. Fucking everybody sees it now. What does that message delivered to this account mean when everybody sees the same stuff? This is why we stopped making content so many years ago. And it really was to it. You're seeing this, right? Hands here. I'm like, this is not me playing tricks. Yeah, our accounts started getting heavily fucked with when we started talking about Seth Rich, Vault 7, WikiLeaks, Assange, Vault 7, McAfee, the computers and devices McAfee gave members of Congress, then he had all their information. Pizza, Q, all of it. Do you see the? I mean, you're literally seeing it. You're feeling it, right? Everybody sees what they're up to. Like, Leon, stop with the jerky. Don't ruin that for me. Nah. No, the good stuff is still good, but that stuff, no. Marion says the TPUSA halftime show was in your face or an FU to Roger Goodell in the NFL. David says if you were trying to change things, the music was what you expected and it showcased what America is. And man, you almost forget how great of a voice Robert Ritchie has. He's gone from Kid Rock to Robert Ritchie now. I think he's trying to go a different direction, and he has for a while. Yes, Patriot Warrior, they are messing with us again. Like clockwork, huh? Seems like when you bring up this topic. Oh, and Pinky's up to one of the regular one of the other regulars. How about that? The comment here says, this is why God flooded the planet last time. I have a hard time disagreeing with any of that. Because that is the grossest thing you've ever heard. We regret to keep informing you about this. All right. Oh, shit, there's music on this. I want to play this for you because it's important. As we recalibrate our lives.
Henry VIII had a far worse life than me, and he was King of England. But
Henry VIII had a far worse life than me, and he was the King of England. Oh, it's not subtitled? I have a hot shower and a fridge and a television and a toilet. They didn't have any of those things. He had gout and he didn't know how to cure it. We think we live in this world where people have got life dysmorphia. People are being led to believe that life is worse than it's ever been. No, it isn't. The average person lost 2 children in about 1800. Life was pretty tough. I go around the church and I look at the gravestones and some of the ages on them. I just think, how did the parents deal with losing that 7-year-old and that 3-year-old? And how did the husband deal with losing the wife who's like 28? What's actually going on? And now we're being told that the world is gloomy and the government's out to get you. No, the government was more out to get you if you were a priest and hiding King James was coming to hang you in the garden. And that's a great way to feel less stressed. Hey, pinkies up. Cheers, everybody, to feeling less stressed. We've got it great. In activism is the rent that we pay to live on earth. You can call it doing godly deeds. You can call it speaking up for truth. You can call it trying to help humanity. But just remember, the lion glass, who's this? I don't know. I will follow it because why not? It's an important perspective. Don't get too down on any of this stuff. All right, here is your Milan satanic opening ceremony for the Winter Olympics. We said, this looks like a Biden speech. Hey, look at that. It's an upside down fiery pentagram, is it not? Kevin says they're summoning more powers and principalities since they're losing their grip and they're being unmasked and dismantled. Checking the comments. Jesus is king, king of kings. Our God be praised forever. When else? Didn't they do all this nastiness for the opening in the last Winter Olympics? I feel like they did. The rise in evil is apparent. Are we at the end of days? Well, fuck them. If you got a chance, take it. Take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it, because the dream won't chase you back. Not everyone can be saved, but look at that crap. It looks like a Joe Biden speech. Remember that one that he gave? It looks like that Joe Biden speech. Yeah, all right. We rebuke a demonic all, not any. Rebuke all demonic forces. All right. That is what it is. You all saw that, right? Now you see it. Let's keep it moving because YouTube loves to, if you play anything for the Olympics, how dare you play anything from the WWE or the Olympics, you get smacked on your wrist. You lose your monetization. Oh, they did that for my last show, the Friday show. Because there was an Alex Jones rant that had Money for Nothing in the background playing as he crescendoed. Remember that clip? And I wanted to hear the words, and there's not a button you can press to like just instantly filter out the music, so I didn't want to hear the music. Got flagged for it, so we didn't make any advertising revenue on that whole 3-hour video from Friday. Glad the record company made it because I wanted to hear Alex Jones talk. It's so backward. Anyway. All right, that's what's happening. Gentry Givers, satanic opening ceremony for the Winter Olympics. They're not even hiding it any. Hey. Fiery gates with an upside down pentagram. Super. Eric Daughtry reporting.
You are under arrest. Be seated where you are and follow the directions of officers.
Minnesota police are unleashed, charging at leftists outside the federal building where ICE agents are.
You are under arrest. Be seated where you are and follow the...
Filmed by Brendan Gunschweiger or something. BG on the scene. Tons of arrests made. The left is livid. This is incredible to watch. The local police are laying the hammer.
Directions of officers.
Yeah.
Hey, this is great.
Kenneth, I was just under arrest. I took a nap. I was under a rest. Well played. Anyway, they're finally arresting some people, but we said not arresting from day one is a fireable offense. Dereliction of duty. Impeach every culpable Democrat.
Do you feel good about yourself? Do you feel good about yourself?
You can hear the demons escaping their bodies. This is just demonic. I don't want you taking these illegal alien murderers and rapists off of our streets. Ah! They are possessed with demons. You hear it in the way they shriek.
I can't breathe. Get off of me!
You are under arrest. Be seated where you are and follow the directions of officers.
Anyway, that continues, but at least a little bit of movement there. Andrew Schultz, hey, he's joining a long list of people who are saying, is it time now to apologize to the Q-tards? They were right.
Oh, Gates allegedly got the STD?
No.
Oh.
Which one?
Which Gates?
By the way, this is the reminder that everything we share on every program is just what people are talking about. We don't claim any of this to be true. We encourage you to do your own research. And if you find things that are purported to be something that they are not, tell us in the comments and we'll try to clarify to the best that we can. We're not the arbiters of truth. We couldn't be so stupid like Google to pretend to have every answer to everything. And if you have anything contradictory, you're not allowed to exist. Fuck them and fuck that. Yeah, I guess some emotions have been stirred up in me over the past day or two because those F-bombs are dropping fast. I've churned the bottom of the bucket and released all of that toxic sludge. It's like cleaning a swimming pool. You run the pass and then it kicks all the stuff up and it murkies the water until everything simmers back down again. But if I got to start on a story with jerky and like I got to listen to yeah, I don't want to hear how I'm wrong coming from people who don't realize I was right. So it is a little aggravating. So everything is an accusation. None of it is true, nor do I purport it to be true. I'm doing the best that we can to sift through the rubbish, trying to differentiate fake news from fact. Lots of topics. Most topics are open for discussion. But Andrew Schultz says, hey, Bill Gates. All right, it's 1:11. Make a wish. Thanks, Kenneth. So Bill Gates all over these latest files, including planning a pandemic, allegedly. Really? Are we ready for the Nuremberg trials yet? Can we please line the demons up, the culpable people that are found guilty by a jury of peers or a military tribunal? Can we please get on with it? Cleanse. There is no justice until there's a cleansing, until there's penalty for the bad guys.
Bill Gates.
Really?
Wait,
What are you referencing?
Tell me more.
Wait.
What happened?
Wait.
What
You
happened?
didn't see all the shit with the Epstein
So
file?
what were you referencing?
No.
How old
So
are you?
what you talking about? Some shit where like where he fucked somebody, a Russian prostitute or something, and got
Yeah.
some shit?
Yeah. And then he was asking Epstein for the antibiotics that he could sneak
Why
to his
would
wife.
First of all,
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I want to know what Epstein didn't have. Like he gives you the girls that give the STDs, and then he got the motherfucking cure for it right there on deck.
Yeah.
Bill Gates, the richest man in the world, had to go to Epstein for STD medication, allegedly. It's crazy.
We can't go to the pharmacy as Bill Gates getting gonorrhea
He
medication.
don't have an assistant.
But he's going to make his assistant have gonorrhea?
He don't have a doctor he knows that can,
It is wild that he goes, all right, so can we just all give an apology to QAnon? Can we just give that apology? That they almost got it 100% right.
Not 100.
They got it. Oh, Gates allegedly got the STD?
No.
Oh.
Hold on, second part.
Which one?
Which Gates?
Bill Gates.
Really?
99.9% right.
Yeah, I'll give him 40.
Dude. This guy saying, what's this guy's name from that show? Breakfast Club. Still throwing shade at QAnon, saying they only got 40% of the stuff right.
What?
Shit still got to unfold, bro. Like, there's a lot still unfolding.
QAnon's whole thing was that there is a global elite, a cabal of global elites that are all doing nefarious satanic rituals, having sex with underage children, doing
man,
other...
Yo, I'm not giving QAnon props before I give the black Israelites credit, then.
Dude, what are you talking about? Changing the subject to black Israelites. He's talking about QAnon. Stay focused.
The black Israelites.
Hold on.
The black Israelites been out here in these streets screaming that way before QAnon.
Let me tell you something.
What are you talking about?
If it turned out that QAnon was really just the black
You see what I'm
Israelites,
saying?
That would be fire.
chef's kiss.
What if QAnon is the black Israelites? Have you ever been yelled at by the black Israelites just for existing somewhere in public? That happened to me after a football game one time. It was...
Chef's kiss. 99.
Would not recommend. Tory Brooks says the U.S. House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform formally issued subpoenas for testimony from Les Wexner, an American billionaire businessman and longtime associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Darren Indike, Epstein's longtime lawyer and co-executor of his estate. Like, this is... Now shit is actually happening, people. Do you see this? Richard Kahn, Epstein's longtime accountant and co-executor of his estate. These subpoenas were issued because committee members identified them as key figures with knowledge relevant to the broader investigation into Epstein's network.
This is our brand
I wonder if I could even play this.
truck.
I bet I couldn't. Orange County Sheriff Office launches a new ice cream truck and a free initiative that's serving free ice cream to the community from money that was seized from drug dealers.
Giving away free ice cream. We are not charging anyone for the ice cream.
How wild is that? Oh, listen to the CEO of Chipotle. Did you hear this? Allegedly.
Of our core users are
60% of our core users are making over $100K.
over $100,000 a year in income, in average household income. That gives us confidence that we can lean into that group in a more meaningful way, whether it's the solo occasion and or group occasions to really drive meaningful transaction performance in the year. We learned that
CEO of Chipotle says the company is going to continue raising prices simply because they can. 60% of core users make over 100,000 and he thinks that they'll just pay more. So vote accordingly with your dollars. Jake Paul, who was part of the Mr. Beast giveaway on Super Bowl Sunday, I think an investor in Whatnot had a really huge day. 550,000 simultaneous streaming, live viewers, I think. Jake Paul says if you don't like ICE, then you can't call 911 when you're in trouble. If you don't respect law enforcement agents, then you shouldn't depend on them. When Billie Eilish gets her home broken into, it's not going to be fuck ICE. I can promise you that. Exactly. Jake then says, wait, technically she can't get broken into because she stole the land. LOL. Toria Brooks says, per New York Times, Washington Post CEO and publisher Will Lewis has stepped down. Bricks News says South Korean scientists create a life-saving spray that will instantly stop bleeding. Oh. Okay. Tim Dillon has thoughts.
Just all give an apology to
Okay, we got
QAnon. Can we just give that apology? That they almost got it 100% right.
Not 100.
They got 99.9% right.
Yeah, I'll give them 40.
whatever, dude.
They're talking about pizza.
Here's Tim Dillon.
Remember Pizzagate that was all fake? Everybody's going to they're all talking about pizza. It's weird. It is odd. It is strange. And these are code words. We know that. They're actually code words for pedophilia. So it's like, I've gotten calls from people going, wait a minute. Am I crazy or am I now in QAnon? Now, maybe you're not in the far reaches of QAnon, which is like Biden died and was replaced by a clone, or, you know what I mean? That's hardcore QAnon, but I think we're all QAnon light. We are all QAnon light right now. They're talking about pizza. Remember Pizzagate that was all fake?
Yep.
I can't believe I'm
And here's Bill Maher saying the same exact thing.
saying this, but
Talking with Stephen A. Smith.
where does QAnon go for the apology? You know, I mean, QAnon, which believed in lots of really ridiculous things, like, you know, Democrats eat babies.
Yeah.
But they were kind of harping a lot on the idea that the elites are running this pedophile ring. And I mean, I made jokes about them. I also made jokes after the Epstein thing happened originally that were on the idea of, well, you know, obviously there was some smoke there. Well, now with all that's come out in the last couple of weeks, there's a little more than smoke. It does look like anybody who was at all able to get in touch with Jeffrey Epstein, he was the man.
We're doing it.
They just, yeah. I mean, and then they all lied about it. Everybody has, and the arrogance also of thinking they could just use their real name.
Yeah. The emails, a lot of these things we're seeing, there's no pseudonyms. It's just really them.
In an email, which I can't.
And I still contend, I think the hubris of Obama, I think Obama has wrecked more than most of you understand, and you're a very smart audience. Even more so than you understand, and you understand a lot of it. It's way worse than you realize. I think the hubris, the arrogance of Obama, etc., the deep state, Brennan, Clapper, Comey, like Clinton, Biden, Harris, Mayorkas, all these, the worst of the worst. I think their arrogance and feeling of invincibility is going to get them. I think it's going to come back to bite them in the ass. I think they were so cocky they thought they could get away with anything because they had been getting away with everything for a long time. And we were very close to losing this country and losing ourselves. Like just the absolute tyranny of what you're seeing in Europe would be happening here. Thankfully, we were able to turn things around about a year ago, but we have so much more to go. But I think their arrogance, they never thought they'd get caught. And Bill Maher's onto it. They're using their real names and everything. They felt invincible. Luckily, they're not.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but where does QAnon go for the apology? You know, I mean, didn't try to couch it in, you know, when I used to get pot before it was legal, it was like, I'd like 2 shirts, please, you know, and no seeds in the shirts this time. You know, we had to sort of codify it. No, they're just openly talking in emails about this sort of, you know, sexual perversion, and that they were.
Okay. All right. Fair. Appreciate that. But if you were a betting person and you had $20, you had to place a bet. Is Bill Maher a part of this or is he not? You'd go, well. If I had to place a bet, you know, I don't know. But I look, never go past the point of appreciation. Don't talk past the sale. Just stop with, I appreciate that Bill Maher is getting this out there. Maybe Stephen A. Smith, this is the first time he's hearing this thought, and now we're all hearing it.
We're all doing, and lots of people who you didn't think, you know, or I never imagined were doing it. I see these names come up. So, you know, I mean, QAnon, yes, a lot of crazy there, but you know what? You weren't totally wrong about that, you know, guys. Didn't try to couch it in, you know, when I used to get pot before it was legal, it was like, I'd like 2 shirts, please, you know, and
all right, keep it going. Overton says Bill Maher couldn't believe he was actually saying it, but he asked the question anyway. Where does QAnon go for the apology? When Stephen A. Smith asked his thoughts on the Clintons appearing in the Epstein files, Maher noticed one group had been way ahead of the curve. Yep. Barbaric Barbary says it's funny. The New York Times is finally reporting things we've known for damn near a decade. The latest Epstein files show that Ghislaine Maxwell helped advise on the launch of the Clinton Global Initiative and arranged $1 million in funding for it. Not surprised. Now, I think this is a fake image. Shared by Savvy Patriot. Is this AI or is this real? That looks exactly like Jeffrey Epstein with a beard and long hair. The post says, look who we might have here. Is this the synagogue of Satan's island boy? Did he fake a suicide and rise again like the pedophile Messiah? Spotted today in Tel Aviv, surrounded by an excessive amount of security. What a fake in time to be alive. It's not AI. Could they be throwing it in our faces? Let me ask Grok. Any recent photos from the past few years of someone resembling Jeffrey Epstein in public with handlers with long gray hair and a beard? Yeah, you couldn't hide. That guy looks like Andrew Jackson. He's got this big Easter Island sized face. He's like, ooh. It's very knowable. Very recognizable. Grok is searching. While Grok searches, let me say thank you over here. Patriot Warrior drops a $20 bill into the tip jar. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Says, great show as always. Having fun, man. This subject matter is brutal, but what am I supposed to do? Not talk about what's happening and not try to make sense of it? Like, I can't not do it. So if you find it to be a great show, I'm appreciative of that. Thank you so much for that 20 spot. Kabam. I'll give me a third of a tank of gas. Every tip that comes in, I like try to break it down. Like, all right, what does it mean? Okay, that'll pay for, okay, awesome. Thank you. It means a lot. All right, what is Grok going to tell me about this? No credible, verifiable, viral image surfaced early 2016. Fact checks confirm it's AI generated or digitally manipulated. All right, this is the picture. Hindustan Times. Yeah, that's a fake site, right? Reverse image searches, watermark analysis, a Google Gemini iMark. There it is right there. Can we see it? Yes. I mean, that definitely looks like that from the side. But they're saying it's not true, so there you go. I don't know what are the rest of these posts. Mr. Obvious posts that the anonymous 4chan poster who reported seeing Jeffrey Epstein being carted out of his cell alive the day before his alleged execution has been revealed by the Epstein files as Roberto Grijalva, MCC prison officer. This 100% confirms the 4chan post was written by a verified witness, allegedly. It's hilarious, Mr. Obvious continues, because all they can do is yell, "More Russians," blatantly ignoring Jeffrey Epstein himself, saying he works on behalf of groups like Israel, the Rothschilds, Mossad, etc., either directly or indirectly. He also talks about Zionism and Jewish supremacist ideology. Yeah, you got Jewish supremacist ideology, Islamic supremacist ideology. Equally non-starters, I would say. Equally repulsive, reprehensible, non-compatible with our civil rights, our civil liberties, our Bill of Rights, our Constitution in America. We don't have supremacist ideology. Protected. So you couldn't really allow Jewish supremacist or Islamic supremacist ideology, I would imagine. Leading report says a statement announcing Jeffrey Epstein's death revealed in newly released Epstein files, but was dated one day before he allegedly died in his cell, per Daily Mail. This is Terrence K. Williams, August 10th of 2019. Okay, what is this? Hans Monkey says President Trump retweeted this on the day that Epstein allegedly died, which always struck me as odd given that he was president at the time. At a minimum, it suggests that whatever he was briefed on was not especially convincing. Died of suicide on Suicide Watch 24/7. Yeah, right. How that happened. Epstein had information on Bill Clinton, etc. Oh, and now he's gone. I see the Trump body count trending, but we all know who did this. Il Donald Trumpo parody account says, I know my cues go crazy down the rabbit hole sometimes, but someone owes them an apology. Insurrection Barbie says, I'm going to say this again for the cheap agitprop seats in the back. Donald Trump has been investigated by the FBI, CIA, NSA, IRS, and 3 state attorney generals. Not to mention that the Epstein files were in the possession of the Biden DOJ that was headed up by Merrick Garland. They raided his house over trumped-up charges, no problem. If there was one iota of proof that Donald Trump had anything sinister to do with what was going on with Epstein, he would have been perp walked a long time ago in front of CNN cameras. Y'all are really just embarrassing yourselves at this point. Don't you feel that way? What did Hindu? What did he do? What did Hindu? I don't know, but that seems to ring pretty true to me. Yeah, well, he took pictures with them. Yeah. Epstein went to where all of the people, all of the movers and shakers were. Zero indication he was ever at the island. Plenty of indication he kicked him out of his Mar-a-Lago club. He cooperated with the prosecutors to get Epstein to hold him accountable for his criminal activities. And then wasn't it his Department of Justice that arrested him, took him in, kept him there? It doesn't really sound like the guy who's best friends with him, but, you know, never let reality get in the way of a good story, I guess. Private Eye Russ says, you forgot Robert Mueller and his investigation. Robert Mueller is one of the best investigators on the planet. He also happens to hate Donald Trump. He had an army of investigators and an unlimited budget. If he couldn't find anything on the man, it doesn't exist. Was this let me ask Grok. Mel Gibson quote. Let's see. Entirely fabricated and been repeatedly debunked. Okay. But Mel Gibson has been down the rabbit hole for sure. What's this? If you read the Epstein files, I mean, really read them, you won't be liberal anymore. You'll understand why they want illegal immigration. Why they want open borders and push transgender ideology, and why they've been pushing for abortion. This isn't make-believe. This is real life. Wake the fuck up. Actually, that'll be a good quote. Wake the There we go. Wake the F up button. The real AC, I like this one. Most of y'all didn't read the WikiLeaks emails from 2016, and it shows. Raise your hand in the chat. How many of you have been here since 2016? Have you recently caught up to what's going on, or have you been following these things for a long time? Curious to get your thoughts. I wonder if I can share the show. Let's see. Where is the page? I want to share it into the group. It's weird. I can't find it on Facebook. I can't even find my own page on Facebook. Yeah, but they're not shadow banning. They're not causing problems. The same people that glitched my page twice to let me know that they're watching. Yeah, we know. You've been watching for a long time. Is this the show? I think this is the show. Are we live? It's actually not showing. Why are we? Hang on a second. Are we still streaming? Hang on, where are my channels? Where's Facebook? Facebook stopped streaming. It went offline. Okay. Facebook must have kicked me offline. Man, Meta is so disturbing. I still can't see. It says we're live. Can't find the show. All right, here it is, finally. Join us live. Put it in the unhappy hour. Join our live chat. See if anybody can come over. That's interesting that Facebook took down our stream. But how many of you watched, read the WikiLeaks emails from 2016? Okay, Ken sees us on Facebook, dude. Thank you so much. Marion lost the connection briefly at the time we glitched. Yeah, because we were talking about pizza. All better now. David can see and hear us. Okay, good. Thank you, everybody. Okay, let me close that. Just thinking of ways to grow the show and trying to share content in different places, and that caused me to find a glitch, a big glitch. I couldn't even fathom being monetized on Facebook. Do you know how many? It almost makes me ill to think about how much time I've spent trying to build the brand on Facebook, only to realize that they hate me, they hate you. They funded all those drop boxes in the big blue cities that were allegedly rampant with corruption for the 2020. Go to cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views. They'll tell you it was a perfect election. Marion didn't read the old stuff. David did. Yeah, we were definitely silenced a long time ago.
We're dealing
how much music is in this, Alex? I want to listen to you.
with devil worshippers. UN judge found guilty of keeping woman as a slave in the UK.
Real time, real day, modern day.
Caught with a house slave. The UN runs at industrial levels.
That's a lot of music. It's not captioned.
It's a satanic, totally corrupt, fake elections, pedophile.
Last time I played Alex, I got dinged by YouTube. Thanks for checking, John. Appreciate you. Pinky's up to you, John.
Oh, here, let's make the head of Amber Alert the lady that's a convicted child trafficker. That makes perfect sense. You think devil worshippers would release a virus they made and then give you a shot that's 100 times worse and grows prion crystals of the HIV virus in you? Who would?
Too much music in the background. I want to listen to this, but you can scroll through our X feed, our Instagram feed, and watch it. Oh, God. Here we go. Here's more of it. Tucker Carlson talking about it.
Pizza. And that caught our attention immediately. Pizza. People talking about pizza. Adults talking about pizza and pizza parties. No, you don't want to.
Can you please remove... For the love of God, I call upon the developers, create a button where I can press it and remove the background music. I just want to play a clip. I don't want you're the performance, the show that you created, you researched for 4 hours the day before and you broadcast for 2 or 3 hours and you covered 1 million stories. Well, you're not allowed to earn money on that today with our advertising revenue because one of your clips had background music. I don't want the fucking background music. I just want the audio. I want the button to press and go blink, because here's what YouTube does. They say, well, what can you do? They have a button where they can take out the background music. So how about let's skip the step and say, I don't want background music fucking up my ability to listen to what Tucker Carlson has to say about Pizzagate. I just want to hear Tucker Carlson. I don't want, oh, mamma mia, in the background.
Read too much into anything because you start imagining that you see things that aren't actually there. Or maybe
they are there. Or maybe
they're talking about something else. Maybe this is code.
Comet ping pong.
Pizzagate. That was a wild conspiracy theory thought up by like the QAnon retards on the internet.
And people made fun of those people and couldn't believe it. Thank you for checking, Trash Panda. Saying that we are available on Kick as well. Where's that guy? Where's good afternoon? Maybe Q Chris. Are you still here? Maybe Q Chris? Have you hit subscribe? We don't get a lot of people coming over on D Live. I'm happy to have you. Hope you're still with us. Kenneth doesn't want any backdoor music either. Playing the trumpet.
The conspiracy theory about Pizzagate. It sounded so absurd. Back to the most recent document dump. There were a lot of references to pizza. Like a lot. By some counts, almost 1,000 in these documents. Some of them probably were just to pizza. So
CP is cheese pizza or child. Stuff.
All the people who dismissed out of hand this conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm. What are they doing now? Apologize
about Pizzagate. Oh, it had nothing to do with.
Too much music in the background. I gotta go. Watch the Tucker clip because there you go. Good grief. Okay. Chatty Annie says Putin is documented in the Epstein files for saving children from trafficking. I don't know if that's true, but I do recall that he banned the USA from adopting Russian children. Let me ask Grok, was Putin mentioned in Epstein files for saving kids? Did he ban Russian kids from U.S. adoption? I think the second part is yes. I recall that story. No mentions of Putin and Epstein files related to saving kids. Claims appear unfounded. But 2012, there was a Russian ban on adoptions of children to America. Putin mentioned 1,000 times, but not for saving kids, they say. Reference involve Epstein's repeated attempts to arrange meetings with Putin, offer information on Trump to Russian officials. Oh, look at that. See, it wasn't that Russia was rigging the election for Trump. It was that the deep state was trying to deep six Trump over and over. Positioning himself as a wealth manager. Nothing related to child protection or saving kids. Okay, hold on. Putin relocated Ukrainian kids in 22 to save or protect them from trafficking rings. That's misinformation. It's unverified. Okay, but yes, Vladimir Putin did sign the Dima Yakovlev law in 2012, banning U.S. citizens from adopting Russian kids, a retaliatory measure against the U.S. Magnitsky Act, which imposed sanctions on Russian officials involved in human rights abuses. Oh, the law was named after a Russian toddler, Dima Yakovlev, who expired in 2008 after being accidentally left in a hot car by his U.S. adoptive father. An incident Russian authorities used to highlight alleged abuses in U.S. adoptions. The ban halted hundreds of pending adoptions, 1,500 at the time, and remains in effect today. From 92 to 12, Americans adopted more than 60,000 Russian kids, and 1,000 in 2011 alone. Early 26, Putin expanded restrictions by signing a law banning adoptions to citizens of countries where gender transitioning is legal, which includes the U.S., further tightening rules. There you go. Well, thank you for that. Now, damn it, hold on. Tell you more. Blocking Russian. I'm trying to communicate with Grok. Blocking Russian kids from being adopted into a backward country who would allow them to be butchered in unnecessary genital mutilation actually is protecting kids. Are you saying that wasn't in the files? Because it certainly was an instance of protecting kids. Anyway, so I was right. The second part is something I recognized. First part, not so much. Here's me just smoking a cigarette while everything burns. Them. Literal emails about eating babies and pages of us being compared to cattle. Remember those cattle ones where Jews will call non-Jews goyim? Let the goyim deal with the real world consequences. We're just cattle to them. We're just slave. We're just beasts of burden. I don't know what you call them to the Jewish supremacists. There's this massively disgusting slur called goyim. I'm only recently becoming aware of this because I haven't lived in those rabbit holes. So them, literal emails about eating babies, pages of us being compared to cattle, pandemic simulations. Wow. Transgenderism, butchering and confusing at-risk kids, experiments, K-ing women and children. But hey, the Super Bowl, I guess that is me. Not really. I needed a break from all this stuff. It's not like, find me somebody that dedicates more time during the week to that bullshit. I'm not ignoring it. Oh, look at that. That was blurred out. It won't show you the post. Look at this. I wonder why. John Podesta's friend who debunked Pizzagate was arrested for R-ing toddlers. Slade Somer, Editor-in-chief at the Recount and friend of former Hillary Clinton campaign chair John Podesta, arrested last month for R-ing multiple toddlers and babies. New York Post says award-winning ABC journalist who debunked Pizzagate pleads guilty in horrific CP case. Tech reporter Peter Bright found guilty for soliciting S from minors online. CNN producer sentenced to 19 years for sickening child S crimes, but there's a media blackout. Left-wing Ars Technica journalist Dr. Pizza convicted of pedo offenses. Wow. MAGA Mafia says, news alert, these people all work for the mainstream media and they've all denied that trafficking from kids and abuse and its ties to Pizzagate and government officials. It was all fake. Well, it just so happens that they were all arrested and convicted for trafficking and abusing children themselves. Chat. Are all of these stories confirmed? And I recall this one on the top right. I remember the one on the top left. I remember the CNN one. Maybe the bottom two I'm not as familiar with. Where are the penalties for harming kids? Look, they won't even show you it. So Facebook removes our stream. Instagram won't show you this one. Anything with pizza, they hate it. They still hate it. They don't want you to know. Nope. So let's ask the question. Which one is it going to be? Segregation or unity? Oh, yeah, division. Division is our strength. No, it's not. Unity is our strength. No, diversity is our strength. No. We all need to read from the same playbook. Don't you get it? Kristen Sokolov says, just in, equality or segregation, you have to pick one. Just one. The Super Bowl opened with a separate anthem meant to represent one group. Does unity now come with qualifiers? Civil rights was about one nation with equal rights, shared symbols, not dividing Americans into separate cultural lines and calling it progress. I can't believe there's a second Super Bowl halftime performance. You're having a separate national anthem? There's only one of those. Yeah, make it make sense. There's one national anthem. There's not. I don't know why they keep doing that. Okay, he was watching the pentagram as well. First of all, reacting to Mr. Beast. Okay. I feel like that ooh, sounds like a distant whale making a noise. Copyright claim. Okay, so I'll just mute it. Okay.
Guys.
Yeah.
That's crazy, huh?
Okay, I can't have that music anymore.
Wait, play the video?
Look at that.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Star of David geometry.
Shut it down. Okay, all right. Look, guys. Look. What a moron. I was wrong.
Let it rip. Come on, get your point.
I was wrong. I was wrong. Okay? That's a pentagram. It is. That is a
fiery pentagram.
How about that?
Okay, well, that didn't add too much value. All right, thoughts on the Super Bowl halftime show. Does this sum it up for you? Does this kind of feel, I don't know. Does this sum it up for you? About what it really was?
This year, the Super Bowl halftime show will feature Bad Bunny. He's scheduled to wear a dress.
I guess he did not do that.
Claiming it's to break gender barriers.
So that turned out to be incorrect.
Now, why would you do that on a Sunday with families watching? We're not stupid. First, it's a humiliation ritual.
Oh, they talk about humiliation rituals where dudes have to wear dresses over and over and over and over again. It is kind of funny to see a dude in a dress, but it's also a humiliation ritual.
Second, it's to destroy the nuclear family. Third,
they've been working to destroy the nuclear family for generations. We know that.
Third, it's to confuse children about their gender and enrich the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah, and anything confusing kids or harming kids, we have to be wildly against.
I'm not surprised to see him get the opportunity to perform with the career of pushing the gender.
Now, just because he didn't do this on stage, I mean, he's got a history of wearing prosthetic breasts and wearing high heels and wearing stuff like this and promoting what he's promoting.
Degeneracy and non-binary nonsense and feminizing men. He's been a good boy to the cult, and he can now get his reward. Don't get fooled by the pop music industry. They're not here to empower us.
So there you go. Guess he did not wear the dress, though. A lot of people were wondering if he was going to do that. Okay. Bad Bunny performed entirely in Spanish, says the Rubin Report. Waved the Puerto Rican flag, had 0 English subtitles. And they asked Grok, what percentage of Hispanics make up starting NFL players? Who should perform next year? I say Creed. That'd be a good one. Oh, here's a weird video of the day. Cardi B's been getting some traction in MAGA circles. Kind of appreciating Cardi B and appreciating MAGA. This, you want a weird 2026 video? Enjoy.
Cardi. Get away from my man.
Yeah.
You're the man, you know? Remember that man.
Oh my God. Hi, Cardi.
Get away from my man.
Yeah.
You're the man, you know? Remember that man.
No, I did not have that on my finger. Carly says, why is she dressed up like that?
Oh my God. Hi, Cardi.
Funny. I feel bad for the robot. I didn't have Cardi B tackling or being tackled by a robot on my bingo card this year either. Do I play some of this? Maybe that's all I can play of it. It was so good. DC Drano says Charlie would have been proud to see this incredible halftime alternative. Big message sent to the NFL tonight. We'll tune the hell out. if you give us the finger with your halftime performances. I long for a world where we can just play some music without it being a problem. So good. So good. What is the narcissism is spilling out of the wardrobe? Are you talking about Cardi B and her assets? Are you talking about Bob Ritchie? Oh, it was so good. I've listened to it so many times. All right, DC Drano says, this is incredible. Elon commits to funding the legal defense of any Epstein victims who name the powerful billionaires and politicians who sex trafficked them. He says, quote, I will pay for the defense of anyone who speaks the truth about this and is sued for doing so. I guess maybe that doesn't apply to Thomas Massey, but if we'll see how that shakes out. All right, Christy Nome here. This is shared by Derek Evans. Christy Nome talking to Newsmax about what Jacob Fry and Tim Waltz have done to harm their community intentionally. There is no universe where you would let a violent illegal alien out into your streets, except the Democrats hate you and they keep doing it. So here you go.
National Targeting Center that identifies those who've committed crimes. So they've done something in this country or in their home country that has been criminal charges against them, or they've been convicted. Many times these individuals are in jails or prisons in some of our states already that we just want those local law enforcement officers to turn over to us. For example, one of the things we've asked Governor Walz for and Mayor Fry is to give us just the criminals you have in jail. They've released 490 murderers and rapists and drug traffickers onto their streets rather than just give them to us. And that's what I don't understand.
Well, you know, some of them, though, have multiple names.
Yes.
That's, I mean, which is, it was a big problem. And if you come in illegally, you don't necessarily have a Social Security card, you don't have a passport, there's no database back in your home country because it's a country we're not friendly with.
Yeah, or they've lied on their paperwork to come in, and then they've overstayed and not shown up for their
court date. Yeah, that's a problem. There's not a great way to handle this. But the way is everybody out and then get back in line and come back in. That's the way you handle it. You want to cry or claim that's not compassionate? Well, come on. It's fair.
Immigration court hearings, they've been notified, and then they've run into DUIs, other incidences. So what we're doing is targeting those who have committed criminal acts. But if we show up and we're going after a TDA member in an apartment, and they're in an apartment with 12 other people, we're going to ask those other people who they are, what their identity is, just like we would any other law enforcement operation. I think that's what people don't know, is that we're doing the same thing that law enforcement has done for years under this administration, the Biden administration, all of them. We haven't changed what we do in these types of situations. We ask everyone there who they are and why they're affiliated and surrounded by these criminals. We have a national targeting.
Yeah, but they're saying 490 violent offenders, homicide suspects, sex offenders, drug traffickers, instead of transferring them to ICE from local jails. That's insane.
There's a book that's sitting in your house somewhere that could use some dusting off.
Can I play you clips of it? Separated? So good.
There's a man who died for all our sins, hanging from the cross.
He's got a very underrated voice. They just released the song. You can buy it. $1.50 or whatever it is on iTunes. You know, got to support some good stuff when you find it.
You can give your life to Jesus, and he'll give you a second chance till you can't.
Love that song. So glad they brought it. Janice, Charlie was smiling in heaven. LAX for life. This was the best halftime show. Beth says, never cried at the end of a halftime show before. Well, I have now. Oh, yeah. Whew, it just hits. It just hits. I had chills listening to him sing that and had tears in my eyes. Yep. I got a little bit of that right now. I think I'm going to start doing some more music reaction videos. And I got to do this song. Got to do it. Oh, so good. So good. So good. I'll do Three Doors Down, Tool, and Kid Rock. Robert Ritchie. I think he's changing his name. I hear that kid rocks. So good. And really good backing vocals. Really good backing vocals. It gave it exactly what you wanted it to sound like.
If you got a chance, take it.
So good. Yeah, most emotional cover song we've heard in a long time. So many good cover songs. Megyn Kelly talking with Kelsey Grammer. I met Kelsey at a Hollywood party, and I said, I gotta tell you, you've created one of my favorite characters of all time, and I wanted to just say thank you. He goes, oh, really? Thank you so much. Which one? I said, Sideshow Bob. And he goes, really? Sideshow Bob? He's been Frasier. He's been so many things, but I just love. He steps on the rake. I need to figure out what chords. Let me ask Grok. What are the chords to Till I Can't? Just a strange tuning, something I can just start playing. C, A minor, F, and G. Well, that's super easy. C, A minor, F, C, C, A minor, F. Oh, it should be easy to play. I think I'm going to play it. Exactly, Sideshow Bob. I met Kelsey and I thanked him for Sideshow Bob. He was surprised that it meant so much to me. I'm like, it's the best. Did Kelsey use good grammar? He did. But I did serve him some alcohol, and his grammar might have changed throughout the evening. Anyway, here's Kelsey Grammer talking to Megyn Kelly about Hollywood.
I've heard about what goes on there.
Well, that's what I heard about it. A few years ago, I was on a flight with a fairly famous actor who shared some stuff with me that I thought, holy moly, this actually goes on in Hollywood. And he was a participant and a fairly knowledgeable fellow. And I thought, my goodness, I really dodged a bullet there.
Are we talking about sex stuff or drug stuff?
Sex slash just all of it. All the stuff you see sort of.
Let me tell you something. News too. Yeah. News too. Yeah. I could tell you some stories, not involving yours truly, but with some people in news that would make your eyes roll in the back of your head. People who are on the air right now posing as very severe news anchors who have a whole different side to them.
I do love that you have that information.
I do love that you have that information.
I've heard.
Oh, Megyn Kelly's so cute. Kelsey Grammer's cool. Just the way she. I almost want to watch it one more time just to hear her say. She like does this. Doggone it! I want to see it one more time.
Heard about what goes on there.
Well, that's what I heard about it. A few years ago, I was on a flight with a fairly famous actor who shared some stuff with me that I thought, holy moly, this actually goes on in Hollywood. And he was a participant and a fairly knowledgeable fellow. And I thought, my goodness, I really dodged a bullet there.
Are we talking about sex stuff or drug stuff?
Sex slash just all of it. All the stuff you see sort of bubbling
Let me
up
tell
in
you
court
something. News too.
Yeah.
News too. I could tell you some stories, not involving yours truly, but with some people in news that would make your eyes roll in the back of your head. People who are on the air right now posing as very severe news anchors who have a whole different side to them.
I do love that you have that information.
I've heard about.
I don't know, with the hair, the outfit, everything. It was like out of an anime. Do you know what I mean? All right, keep it going. Representative Thomas Massey wants to get the bottom of this. Shadow of Ezra put this out. Next page.
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there are other names. I don't have them in my possession, but if the victims want to give them to me, I've expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to force the DOJ to release those names on those 302 forms. I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to.
Stay tuned.
What questions do you have about Lutnick's ties to Epstein, and should he come before Congress and testify?
No, he should just resign. I mean, there are 3 people in Great Britain that have resigned in politics. The ambassador from Great Britain to the United States, the prince lost his title for less than what we've seen Howard Lutnick lie about. Look, Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein, and this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, lightly sentenced, but was convicted for sexual crimes. So he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
So Lutnick is under the crosshairs for sure. Maybe I could skip to the end. I can't skip forward. I want to just do the end where it's the tribute to Charlie Kirk too. I can't. All right. I'll see if I can get to it. It's got to be on another post. Matt Walsh said, having the halftime show for your biggest game of the year in a language almost none of your lifelong fans can understand while waving the flags of countries that none of them are from is the biggest fuck you that I've ever seen a corporation give to its own consumers. Kristen Sokolov says, my sentiments exactly. Hard truth. If your own fans feel like strangers at your biggest event, you've lost the plot. We'll do NFL lost the plot button. Yeah, this one. Funny how Papers, Please was fine when you wanted to push vaccine passports, but suddenly it's outrageous when ICE asks. Stop. Exactly, Sassy Liberty. Exactly. We all know the Super Bowl halftime show that we really wanted to see, right? No, Kenneth, I didn't ask Kelsey if he ever had tossed salad and scrambled eggs. Yeah, Frasier and Cheers was like the best. He was in a Transformers movie I saw recently too. Yeah, we wanted to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with Vanilla Ice. Come on, that would have been great. All right, so here's a question. Serious question. Are you ready for me to diagnose your totally normal reaction to our shitty society as mental illness so I can get you addicted to mind-altering drugs for the rest of your life? Beware. Turtle power. Don't let people get you hooked on stuff. TMZ is reporting Robert F. Kennedy went. Listen, everybody. There's a recent report here, and what is this? This is TMZ. By the way, chat, am I cooked? Chat, in the chat, does anyone even know what TMZ stands for? I don't mean their journalistic integrity. I just mean TMZ, like the medium zoo. Oh, what the hell does it even mean? TMZ. But it says here, a report in TMZ says Robert F. Kennedy Jr. went dinosaur bone hunting with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, come on, everybody. What could that even mean? A diplodocus in the house, in the hizzy, as the kids say. I'm searching for Stegosaurus with a sex offender. What are we even talking about here? I have to. That's it. I have to do it. I have to do a standalone. I have to do a standalone video about RFK Jr. Diplodocus. The media Zionist. Well, that's very redundant, it seems. Look at this graphic. RFK Jr. with a spelunker hat. Now, in the context of these two, that could mean something totally different. All right, so what are we supposed to make of that? And actually, I'm going to ask. Okay. All right. What is TMZ? Chat, tell me in the comments. Hit like, hit subscribe, thumbs up button. Remember, we have Rumble rants and super chats, and please share the show with some friends. What does TMZ mean? What does it stand for? That's it. It'll fall for anything. 30-mile zone? I've never heard this. It originally referred to a 30-mile radius around Los Angeles City Hall, the studio zone, where most major film and television studios were located during Hollywood's early days. Huh. Union contracts and production rules like meal penalties, travel time treated anything inside that zone differently from shoots further away. It only launched in 2005 as a celebrity gossip entertainment news site. Founders chose TMZ, 30-mile zone, because they're based in LA, focused intensely on celebrity news coming out of the entertainment capital, and gave a cool insider Hollywood vibe. 30-mile zone. I had no idea. 30-mile zone. The more you know. You're going to learn today. What was Prodigy talking about in 2007?
I tell you a little secret. It's a secret government that worship an owl.
There's a secret government that something figure out.
Practice witchcraft to harness their power.
It's hard to follow.
Little kids for energy.
Oh, they something little kids for energy. Uh-oh.
It's satanic rituals.
Satanic rituals. Whoa, Prodigy.
WTC. They lit the Pentagon on fire.
They lit the Pentagon on fire.
That's lighting the pentagram on fire.
Oh, and a pentagram on fire. Don't we have a pentagram on fire at the Olympics again? Yeah, Arby's should change their thing to TMZ. We have the meat zone. The meaty zone.
Now, hold on. Let me cut that up. Hey! See.
All right. Now, hold on. This guy allegedly choked and died on an egg salad? On an egg? They removed this freestyle from every site for a hot minute after it dropped. The OG version was uncensored. And Prodigy spit this verse on a song, then someone who recorded this off Rap City reposted it, and it started circulating again. Go listen to the last album he made called Hegelian Dialectic, and he warned us about Jay-Z. He risked his life to tell us. Okay. Let me pull this up. Prodigy. Oh no, hold on. Prodigy. All right. Let's see if we can find something. I'll do a deep dive later on that. Being hated by idiots is the price you pay for not being one of them. How do you feel about that? Being hated by idiots is the price that you pay for not being an idiot. I don't know if this is an exact quote. Do we have a video of this? Hodge Twin says this is a quote. Don't know, but let's see if the quote makes sense, regardless if Jillian Michaels actually said it. Letting millions pour into this country illegally wasn't compassion. It was reckless negligence. Communities are breaking, public resources are drained, and the rule of law is collapsing. Borders exist for a reason, and rules are meant to be followed. Ignoring them cheats those who played by the rules and rewards lawlessness. Hardworking Americans support deportations because accountability isn't optional. It's essential. Is this a verified Jillian quote? We don't trust any meme quotes these days. It's a good quote, regardless. Even if she didn't say it, it's a pretty good quote. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a things aren't adding up and it's pretty obvious theorist. Pretty fair? I think that's pretty fair. Things aren't adding up and it's pretty obvious theorist. Joey Salads had one of my favorite posts of the day. I stopped caring what happens to the left on September 10th, 2025. I'll follow him. We'll put a ditto button. But the comment we said was they stole a future president. Ooh, what's this? Another one blocked out. Let's guess what story this is. Whoa. It's the Joey Salads one? President Trump had a message. He said the Super Bowl halftime show is absolutely terrible. One of the worst ever. It makes no sense. It's an affront to the greatness of America and doesn't represent our standards of success, creativity, or excellence. Nobody understands a word this guy is saying, and the dancing is disgusting, especially for young children that are watching from throughout the USA and all over the world. This show is just a slap in the face to our country, which is setting new standards and records every single day, including the best stock market and 401k in history. There is nothing inspirational about this mess of a halftime show. And watch, it will get great reviews from the fake news media because they haven't got a clue of what's going on in the real world. And by the way, the NFL should immediately replace its ridiculous new kickoff rule. The new kickoff rule is very stupid. Move the kickoffs back, kick it, let them do it. Don't let any fall into the end zone or go through the end zone. Force them to run them all out. It would be way better. I agree with that. Make America Great Again, President Donald J. Trump. I took away from that, changed the kickoff rule. Here's a nice parody satire thing.
No habla español. I don't understand you, bro.
No habla español. I don't understand you, bro.
Don't know anything bad, but he said at the halftime show.
Don't know anything Bad Bunny said at the halftime show.
The Super Bowl.
At the Super Bowl.
This is American football, not soccer, yo.
This is American football, yo. Not soccer, yo.
The whole show, I didn't see not one gringo. No habla.
The whole show, I didn't see one. What do we say? The whole show, I didn't see one single gringo. That's kind of funny. So here's what it's like when you and Babe try to watch the Olympics. Just to get your mind off the fact that satanic elites run the world. Let me try to say that again. When you and Babe try to watch the Olympics to get your mind off the fact that satanic elites, air quote, run the world. And you get the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics that looks like a Joe Biden speech. Or the inside of a Planned Parenthood clinic. Okay. Okay.
Jeffrey.
Tim Dillon talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein files, of course, out. Email after email creepier than the next. There's photos. This guy's got a trap door in his fucking house. Can you get up the trap door that leads right to the ocean?
So about this trap door that leads up to the ocean, is there a submarine docking station there? Is that what that is? Or this is like to hop into a boat? What? I want to know more about that. I really don't, because that's where you dispose of bodies if you just dump them into the water and the sharks will take care of it. However.
So this is the trapdoor that leads right to the sea. Get up the email to Ghislaine where he goes, I'm thankful I didn't kill anyone. Now, that means that someone started acting up. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. This is from Martin Nowick, so we know who this is.
Who's Martin Nowick?
Isn't he a professor?
Yeah. Was that the Harvard guy?
Yeah, mathematics professor.
Where is he teaching?
I think Austria.
Oh,
Austria?
Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. I am so very sorry I caused you so much worry and that I spoiled this day. I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do you think he did?
Wow.
What do you think Martin did? I'm going to give you three options.
Something, oh God.
Do you think Martin spilt a bottle of expensive wine? That's choice A.
I don't think that's what he's talking about.
Option B. Martin had a little too much to drink and went on a very uncomfortable tirade about the shifting demographics in Austria.
Or
option C.
Let's see.
Martin had rough sex with an underage girl and almost killed her. Which one do you think he did? Do you think it was the wine? You think it was an uncomfortable political tirade? Or do you think this guy almost killed someone that they set him up with? Do you think it was almost that person almost had to go down the chute for the Sharks? That was what that person was almost there? Jeffrey Epstein.
Allegedly. Here's me. What movie is this from? Is this Dallas Buyers Club? Does anyone know? With Matthew McConaughey. All right. You know. Yeah. Me. I'm going to stay off social media for my mental health today. Also me. What the hell's going on? What the hell am I looking at? Oh my God. It just keeps going. The hell never stops. I vacillate between both of those. Okay, The Real World put this Garbaggio conspiracy. Watch this. Andrew Tate brings up Pierce Morgan being mentioned in the Epstein files and made him look very uncomfortable. What say you?
is our democratic institutions and how corrupt they are.
Yep.
And I want every single person inside of the Epstein files, including the innocent people, including you, including Elon, including everyone, to be investigated to the full force of the law, because it is not down to them to admit wrongdoing. That is why we have a rule of law. Criminals do not admit they did things wrong. They go to court and they prove they did nothing wrong. And what I am saying is that the British state has plenty of time. They have plenty of time to arrest people for tweets.
Yeah, you made
they have plenty of time to arrest people for nothing. So they should be investigating this huge pile of evidence. And the real questions are these. Why did they ignore the pile of evidence for a decade? 1. 2, who paid?
Why did, for a decade, it's just been sitting there.
Paid Jeffrey Epstein and made him so rich?
Where did his funding come from?
3, what were they paying him for?
You made all these points, yeah.
What decisions have taken place that have affected the lives of British people based on the back of bribe money paid to pedophiles as opposed to the will of the electorate? What laws need to be undone?
Andrew,
is our democratic institution.
All right. Fun fact, I talked with Pierce Morgan at that same event where I spoke with Kelsey Grammer. Small world, isn't it? Small world, isn't it? That's where I told him I completely disagree with his take on the Second Amendment, and I appreciate the fact that he's having the conversation on his show every night. And said, "Oh, you know, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I do think we should be able to have more open conversations about things, even when we disagree. Thank you so much. I appreciate that." And he extended his hand, and we shook hands. Keep in mind, bartenders are not supposed to talk to the stars. I mean, obviously you talk, but like you're not supposed to like chop it up. But I don't know how to not chop things up with people. I like talking. I like communicating with people. Anyway, that was a little uncomfortable. What's this? Who's this? Ian Went. I don't know who that is. We live in a world where a 15-minute halftime show creates more outrage than the Epstein files. What is this? Epstein to somebody. Somebody said that she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. Whoops. Whoops. Like she lost her life? Is that what that whoops is? Epstein to somebody, you should dress up as him when you see her. As Jesus? Is that what's going on here? Oh, email says, I loved the torture video. Oh, there's torture videos. Oh. And of course, here's the adrenochrome that Grok said doesn't exist, or it's debunked or something. This is, oh, it said his name in the beginning. I forget gentleman's name. Here we go. Volume. Is there no volume? Hang on, let me go back and try to start this over. The reality of every American. Come on, I just want to. No one's able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of defending themselves, their family, and their community, and their country. It takes 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? This is the minimum number of years required to educate, one generation of dipshits, students, in the country of your enemy and expose them to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism, Leninism ideology is being pumped into their soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. It's ideological subversion, the slow process, changing the perception of reality of every American. To such an extent that despite the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions. All I'm thinking is there big new Brzezinski. That's not this guy's name. I forget the guy's name. I think Anomaly interviewed him. He's the Soviet spy. What's this guy's name? Let me ask. Spy who talked about brainwashing 3 generations of Americans. Zerbigniew Brzezinski. That's not his name. Okay, there's some Z's and some Yuri Bezmenov, also known under the alias Tomas Schumann. Yuri Bezmenov. Demoralization, destabilization, crisis, and normalization. That's a good quote right there. It's good to know. Oh, this is it right there. I'll keep going. Let's check in on Europe.
In with Europe. In Germany, a 25-year-old man from Sudan threw himself and an innocent 18-year-old in front of a train. In Spain, a 16-year-old migrant raped a 4-year-old boy. In England, Tom Cruise abandons his $35 million home, stating London has changed and it's no longer safe. Bear in mind, this is the same man who does his own stunts falling off buildings and planes. He's not scared of anything. In Italy, an Antifa mob attack a lone policeman. In Sweden, Somali migrants mutilate a 7-year-old girl in a mosque. Oh, and by the way, ISIS members can get asylum there now.
What is going on? Did he return from the restroom? Did he wash his hands? I did urinate next to Martin Short, who did not tip me. I'm like, come on, bro. You can't peel a little something off? Stood at the urinal next to Martin Short. Anyway, back to Europe.
And finally, in France, a 17-year-old French boy was unalived by a migrant, and one just threw a grenade into a salon.
We played you that clip a couple days ago.
It's that bad. Europe needs a leader who will seal the borders, deport the men and men, remigrate and repatriate, and save the West. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Every nation needs to get its act under control. Okay, Benny talking about what happens with Clinton, with Alex Jones. So the Clintons are supposed to testify, right?
What happens with Clinton here? I've never seen anything like it, with the Clintons actually saying, okay, well, actually, we give up. We surrender. I was not planning on that. I've never seen the Clintons do that in their entire political careers. Hillary Clinton wouldn't give up the election after losing fair and square to Donald Trump. And she tried to have the guy killed. There's no. I'm shocked, Alex, that the Clintons have.
Let's be clear about this. This I can answer your question on definitively. The old globalist order's dead. Davos is dead. The UN's dead. And the Clintons now know all their networks. The Clintons were using Wiener and the laptop for blackmail. That's been confirmed. And so they now know they're cut off. They now know that's all in Trump's possession. And they all know that the system would rather get them on a conviction of contempt of Congress than letting them come testify. So, yeah, this is their Waterloo. I want all the Democrats to know, all the leftists to know, Obama's out of power. That's one faction. Hillary's out of power. The Muslim Brotherhood's out of power. British intelligence is out of power. The Chi-Coms are almost out of power. All these special interests that had their fingers in America trying to bring us down, they're all being extracted. They're all losing.
Okay. Pause on that. Not to take a victory lap, but my God, have we turned things around. I was having a conversation on Facebook with somebody about what I don't know where he's coming from, but he's just like, I feel like things are just going backward for where we've made so much progress over the last 40, 50 years. I'm like, progress? We've been destroying everything. We've finally taken some of these bad actors out of positions of power. This is a very good thing. What is even happening here? So what Alex is saying, those bad actors being removed from power is huge. It's a huge win. We're not done with anything. Man, every day I wake up, did we drop the hammer yet? Has it hit the fan yet? Are we good to go yet? Please.
It's like at the end of the first Godfather, where he calls in, his brother-in-law that set up his brother's son to get killed. And he goes, listen, all your buddies are dead. Every single one of them. I just want you to be truthful about what you did. And, they take him for a ride after that.
Yeah.
But with Clemenza. But the point is like, we're at that point now where it's like, listen, all your buddies, Venezuela, Cuba, Mexico, China, the EU, Klaus Schwab's gone. They're all gone. And so I want the Democrats running around like chickens with their heads cut off, like zombies, still following the old paradigm. You've already lost. Now you can try to overturn the table. They'll make it worse for you. But I want them to know, because I'm not somebody that says positive things when they're not due. This is ours to lose. And if Trump goes on the offense, we win quickly. We turn this around. We have a new golden age. They'll actually won. But we got to have strength right now. So it's done. It's over. They've lost. And they need to realize that and give up.
What happens with Clinton here? I've never seen anything like it, with the Clintons actually saying, okay, well, actually, we give up. We surrender.
The old globalist order is dead. Oh, good. I'm happy about that. Judith Dial on a Substack. MAGA's emotional support halftime show. Durka 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 dur. I got to read this for you. I find myself saying, fucking white people, at least once every day, disregarding the fact that I am also white. And we said, awfuls, the angry white liberal women are at it again, buying into the brainwashing to hate themselves. You want to talk about Yuri Bezmenov? That's the guy's name. Now I think I can remember it, at least for today. Yuri Bezmenov. Yeah, Martin came up short. And he is kind of short, right? They're the ones that Yuri Bezmenov teaching them with the brainwashing to hate themselves. They're the only group that's really going along with this bullshit. The rest of us sniffed it out a long time ago, and we're saying, nope, we're not going to do these humiliation rituals to destroy ourselves. TPUSA's halftime show was a result of 20 years of satanic programming. And a reaction to a future president getting exploded. So TPUSA did something about it. Emotional support halftime show. Whether I was a big fan of Prince or not, like I said, I wasn't particularly. Not really Justin Timberlake or Janet Jackson either, but I knew a few songs. I didn't know anything by Bad Bunny. Why would I participate? It wasn't programming for the NFL audience, so we watched something else. Doesn't this have music? I thought there was music on this one. Tupacabra says, hey, retards, we don't care about ICE. We're fighting pedo demons now. Yeah, there's borders to heaven and hell. Dumpster Fire says, so pedos have seized the means of production and given themselves all the socialisms and made themselves immune from prosecution, then used our money to assemble the largest secret police force in human history to kill us or put us into camps. Do I understand this right? When people say white people have no culture, what they really mean is European culture is so intrinsically part of every facet of my life that it has become as invisible to me as the air that I breathe. Yeah, I'm tired of the anti-white slander. Anyone else? Marion, the NFL halftime not being in English is ridiculous. It just, who are they programming for? Like, what are we doing? During the halftime performance, I saw one video. Maybe I send it out on X. If I buzz through it, I'll show it to you. And it's just everyone in the stand. It's like nobody like singing a lot. There's like one or two people dancing. You're looking at like 1,000 people, and everyone's just like, huh? What even is this? Something about gasolina. I don't think that's the song. Yep, I shared this one from you. This is from I'm Not Having Fun Anymore, 5.0. Their accounts keep getting deleted. Politicians be like, so you're really going to believe this solid, concrete evidence instead of me? Pfft. Here's what it looks like, highlighting all of the conspiracy theories that have come true. Yeah, the whole book. Just do the whole book. I don't know, man. Nowadays, taxes seems like paying tithes to the devil. Shit. Anyone else? You agree or disagree with this one? Tell me in the comments. Yo, chat, tell me in comments. Do you agree or disagree that at this point, taxes seem like paying tithes to the devil? That's a new stinger. I haven't used it much. Was this? I'm responsible only to God and history. True. Now, what does that mean? Soon we will all be offline. Oh, shit. Well, that could mean many things, but are you prepared if the grid goes down? If there's a black swan? A false flag? All right, the Nomad Soul gives us this. Do you agree or disagree here? Before I log out, I'd like to remind you that social media is a massive ongoing data siphoning, energy harvesting ritual psyop, and that everything we do on here feeds into their agenda, and that real change will only take place in the real world from real people, forming real connections and taking real actions outside of these spy devices. That's a good point. Is that the picture? The picture looks a little different. That almost it looks like something from CERN. Like the Large Hadron Super Collider. Looks different in that freeze frame there. The wicked will look up and cry mercy, and we will look down upon them and whisper, no. It's later than you think. Hasten, therefore, to do the work of God. Okay, interesting. Thomas Massey says, tomorrow I will... Wait, is it video? Tomorrow I will go to DOJ to view the unredacted Epstein files. Which docs should I view? Include EFTA link in reply. I will sort the replies to this post by number of likes. So instead of making the redundant posts, please like replies that contain docs that you think are important. The one that said littlest girl was a little naughty. Mm-hmm. And figure out who this monster is. It says, where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. Just what the fuck is this? Please, I've been trying to get you to see this. 2 instrumental recruiters of children for Epstein, and they're both blocked out. How dare you? Who the heck is this that says age 10? Nothing age 10 is good. Publius says the one that says age 11. Yep. Okay. Pray for Thomas Massey, everybody. Adam Carolla, who's in the intro to our show, but he's here talking with Bill Maher. I guess he recently went on Club Random last week, and here you go. Sounds like fascism came to Bill Maher, and Bill Maher complied.
Imagine if you had to conform. I mean, imagine if COVID came around and you just had to go in.
I did.
All in on all of it.
I did have to conform. I didn't want the vaccine at all. Not that I'm against all vaccines, just I didn't think I needed that one. But I had to have it. I couldn't have continued my life.
Right.
They wouldn't have let me do the show, and I had to do it here. I did it in this room. 14 and 94 are different.
Yes.
And if you don't see that, you are not the science people.
No, you're actually anti-science because my 14-year-olds don't need it at all because
Not
they're
at all.
They're healthy, thin, and active, and my elderly parents do, and so that's where I come down on this.
And I think both of his elderly parents passed away after it.
So why is that an issue? Imagine if you had to conform.
As a side note, did both of Adam's parents pass away after they took it? I thought he said that. I thought that's happened in the past couple of years. All right. And that is what I wanted to share with you on Instagram. We're trying to figure out what day to do the Super Bowl show. 18:30 our time. That's 6:30. Yeah, that's fine. Tomorrow. All right. Lake Leon agrees. I forget what question I asked. Oh, maybe that taxes are paying the devil. It sort of does feel that way, right? All right, let's pull up our X feed here. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Put this up here. Our Patreon link is right here at the top of the screen. Please sign up for at least the free version of Patreon. And if you're feeling generous, you can do the $10 version too. It all adds up. It all adds up, and it's all super important. All right. Let's scroll through some stories. These are all the countries that have voter ID. Katie Miller says, why isn't the United States on this list? And Elon says, we absolutely should be. Yeah, we should be. Basil the Great says in the UK, a child at a primary school was branded a racist for refusing to take part in Ramadan. No. No, we're not taking part in any Islamist anything. Zero. Zero. And in the UK, they're branding a kid a racist for not participating. The child said, why do we have to do that? I'm not doing that. Do I have to? If I don't, will you make me? The school responded, this will be added to your child's behavior record in the school's log of racist incidents. Children are indoctrinated. If you refuse, you will be punished. The Islamification of the United Kingdom continues. If this is accurate, holy crap. It says you missed the part of the letter. It says he was pointing and laughing at other children who were singing. Once we began to practice, the kid was pointing and laughing at other children that were singing, which upset them as a result. Yeah, he's a child, for F's sake. Imagine the response if Muslim kids were forced to take part in Easter or Christmas. Okay. What's the latest on the Save America Act? Janie Johnson says all these states cheated. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. I mean, look at this. I mean, it was just a brutal landslide. Trump by 3, Trump by 10, Trump by 16. I mean, it wasn't even close. By 8, by 10, by 5. And then everybody stopped vote. Everybody paused their voting so you could square it away, huh? Interesting. Wall Street Ape says here's a pregnant couple from Nigeria who flew to America, arrived in Michigan. Do we have audio to this?
How are you going to pay for it? And we can make Do you plan on having the baby in Michigan? That's fine. And how are you going to pay for it? And we can move on.
Okay.
So answer the questions, please.
Fine.
Yes.
So if she can have the baby in Michigan,
yes.
Fine.
Okay.
If we can pay for it. But
Very
if we
good.
cannot pay for it, then we leave.
Okay, very good. Was that your intention when you guys traveled from Nigeria? You knew that, is that right? You knew that that's what was going to happen?
Yeah, we knew that.
Okay, were you nervous to tell me that?
Yeah, because we didn't know what.
No problem. Listen, I appreciate you telling me the truth.
What are they gonna do with us? You know.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna move to the next step. We'll figure it out. Do you plan on having the baby?
They admit to the officer at the airport their intention was to fly here and have their baby. Mike Davis says the 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship clause was enacted so that we could provide citizenship to the children of freed slaves. It didn't even apply to the children of American Indians. Congress extended that by statute. There is zero legal basis for illegal aliens or birth tourism. Exactly. And we've got to fix this. I don't know, Supreme Court, how do we fix this? I don't know how to fix this. But birth tourism is not okay. Hi, guys. What's up? Yeah, hi. So I asked Grok, and I believe Grok said, hang on, let me ask Grok. Type any and all offensive lyrics performed by Bad Bunny yesterday. Yeah, hi, Ben. Whoa. Yeah. Body parts, arousal, hookups, drug use during sex, oral sex penetration, pussy slang, dick references, cocaine mentions in the halftime show. Much of this was masked or bleeped or shortened. It said much, not all. Viewers noted heavy audio muting on vulgar words. Post-show critics and translators highlighted it as pure degeneracy with repeated arousal and sex act boasts. Singing about my dick is awesome. Twerking and dancing scenes with sexual promiscuity, objectification. Okay, yeah. Sexual slang. Vagina lines. Chocha. Okay, and then there's more songs. Oh, geez, there's more. They bleeped some more noticeable on sexual slang than English equivalents might be. So here's the claim. Megan Basham says these are the most obscene lyrics ever to be performed at a Super Bowl halftime, and you have professing Christians in the Kentucky Senate and at America's most recognized evangelical magazine saying Christians should have embraced and celebrated this to show love and to show that we're welcoming. Also, the kids will get a kick out of hearing this Spanish. It's yeah, I mean, it's all, I don't really want to read all these. You can read them on the screen, right? So glad I switched all 3 TVs to Turning Point. Is there more? Oh, okay. Yep, there are more. You're taking ecstasy and bouncing and dancing and yeah, just being horny and being high. She took a pill that made her horny. She F's in the Audi, not the Honda. Okay. What? If your boyfriend doesn't eat he better F off. I'll lick it all up. Okay. It seems like she F's well high. Don't they call that date rape these days? Okay. Sean Davis says he had to perform in Spanish to prevent the FCC from banning the entire performance outright for obscenity. Huh. So I think in the day or two following, we'll find out if this is exaggerated or not. But Grok gave me a whole list of stuff you can't say. on TV. Okay, this is a pretty good explanation. John Root says there seems to be a lot of confusion and backlash, especially from the Christian community, about Kid Rock's performance during Turning Point USA's All-American halftime show. I believe I can clear things up. Kid Rock started his set by performing Bawataba, which came out in 1999. It's a vulgar song referencing topless dancers drinking, crooked cops, bastards. Hearing that was a shock to a lot of us. Rightfully so. It felt worldly, which I believe was the point. Next, there was an acoustic set with two people playing a Christian hymn. You know, like, what was that, a cello and a violin of sorts? Strings? It was meant to be an emotional bridge to what came next. Finally, it transitioned to Kid Rock. His stage name, being introduced back to the stage, is Robert Ritchie, his birth name. He then played a revised version of Till You Can't, which included lyrics about Jesus Christ. He also spoke about Jesus' sacrifice on the cross, encouraged people to follow Christ and to read their Bibles. This was supposed to be an artistic way of portraying a redemption story, a redemption arc. I don't know Kid Rock's walk with Christ, but he used this moment to point people to Christ, and I rejoice in that. Philippians 1:15 through 18. Okay. Oh, they're up on telephone polls. Stephen Canal says a political statement. Bad Bunny addressing Puerto Rico's ongoing electric and power crisis. Bravo, Bad Bunny. Okay, well, Bonchi says Puerto Rico's been allocated over $100 billion in federal aid over the last 10 years. Why does it still have an electric power crisis? That just doesn't make much sense unless they're all stealing it. Breitbart News shares a story. A California bar called the Walnut Room Saloon is getting review bombed on Yelp because they switched their TVs to the TPUSA All-American halftime show. A woman claiming to be an owner defies the mob in a positive review. Very sorry if some of you were offended by us switching to a pro-America concert instead of a concert that we could not even understand because it was in Spanish. We are obviously a country bar and Steeler bar. And yeah, how weird is it that Sam Darnold becomes the first QB in the draft class that included Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson to win a Super Bowl? Kenneth, cello and goodbye. Type in the comments, QOTD, who do you think will be the next quarterback, if any, to win a Super Bowl now that Sam Darnold got his? I would say Baker Mayfield. CBS investigative journalist Catherine Herridge goes public with explosive allegations about the Hunter laptop.
The story about the Hunter Biden laptop after the midterm elections in 2022. We commissioned a forensic review. I got a copy of the laptop data. I have it here still. I went to a lot of effort to get the cleanest copy of the laptop data, the same data that was provided to the FBI, because I didn't want to have any professional journalistic risk for CBS News. I wanted this thing to be totally locked down. When we did the story, we did it after the midterms. I argued against that because it was ready before the midterms. And my training is that you should always do the story when it's ready to go. You should not be dictated by the political cycle. Once we got the laptop story on the morning news, I felt that there was so much there that we could still do. For example, in the text messages, there's unfortunately the use of the N-word, the liberal use of the N-word. And I thought this was worthy of a story, but I was told that it was not something that interested CBS News. Then I asked for a forensic review of
the resident of the United States of America's kid liberally dropping that over and over and over.
the laptop, and we found
not relevant.
That there were more than half a dozen emails that were likely used by Joe Biden. I thought that was a story, but
how many emails is he using? circumventing transparency laws?
Answer that came back was, well, we need to know what the content is of the emails. But that was going to be a years-long process. So there was no way. So there were a lot of reasons I was told not to do it, not to pursue it. I spent a lot of my time at CBS following the Hunter Biden story. And one of the things that really struck me is this kind of disconnect. I didn't understand how a senior executive like George Cheese could tell me that this was a high priority for the network and for his boss. And yet the executives at CBS News, show producers, anchors could refuse that. I came to the conclusion that they must have felt that they were more powerful than George Cheeks, which was astonishing to me. I'd never worked at a place where a directive from the top would be so defied.
Elon says CBS, prior to current ownership, engaged in deliberate election interference. Check out our show about the SAVE Act, war exploding, border protest stupidity, and election fraud and fake asylum scams. Alex Berenson says, any legacy media outlet that says Bad Bunny's show wasn't political, they're showing their own insane political bias. It ended with a migrant caravan crossing the border. Not a metaphor, the actual visual. This report from Emerald Robinson. U.S. Attorney Stephen Muldrow has seized voting machines from Puerto Rico used in the 2024 election and turned them over to Tulsi Gabbard at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Democrats are panicking over what Tulsi might find. The machines were not reprogrammed or wiped clean.
Here on the Absolute Truth on for some time now, but we can now reveal that a secret team led by the United States attorney in Puerto Rico seized rigged voting machines some time ago that was used in recent elections on the island that had turned them over to Tulsi Gabbard in a joint investigation at the ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. This blockbuster news was confirmed today by her office, by Tulsi Gabbard's office itself, in a terse statement given to corporate media outlets. Now, as I said, and I've even hinted on here to you many times, I've been aware of this information since the beginning of 2025. The voting machines contain evidence of voter fraud and manipulation, according to several national security sources who briefed me on the issue. I've had some conversations with Tulsi Gabbard's office themselves. Now, these machines were not allowed to be wiped, according to my sources, and reprogrammed by the vendor, Dominion Voting Machines, after being used in elections where widespread issues were reported. These issues even made it into corporate media at the time they happened, like the Associated Press. I think you'll recall us talking about that. Now, how bad were those problems? Of the 4,490 polling stations used in the last elections, 3,119, that's equivalent to roughly 70%, were unable to transmit results from their respective voting centers, according to the State Elections Commission, in response to a lawsuit filed by the Centro de Periodismo Investigativo, or the CPI, okay, under Puerto Rico's Access to Information Law. Now, the task force that Tulsi worked with was led by U.S. Attorney Stephen Muldrow for Puerto Rico. The United States an attorney and his Puerto Rican team and his team of Homeland Security Investigations agents and an FBI supervisory special agent, according to, this is Reuters reporting this.
Okay, it's an 8-minute report. I'm going to just kind of stop there. I wanted her to give you the gist of it. I'm tired of hearings and investigations. I'm ready for indictments. Mark Meadows says nothing is more important than passing the Save America Act, deliver on your campaign promises, restore trust in our elections. Enact the will of the people, and let's get this done. Danielle Jurinsky says, I run a business, a sports bar. This is a different one, JJ's Place. Yesterday, 80% of the bar wanted the Turning Point halftime show. The rest wanted Bad Bunny. To accommodate, I put the TVs on half and half. The 20% started canceling the orders, taking to social media, calling me a racist, being disrespectful to my staff, and leaving 1-star reviews on Google and Yelp. Mind you, the 80% who wanted the Turning Point halftime show weren't happy that Bad Bunny stayed on, but they didn't leave me a bad review, take to social media, cancel their orders, or disrespect my staff. It has become impossible to run a business. I support 3 generations of my family on a sole income and try to accommodate everyone. The bar business is not what it used to be. Sad day. What's this one say? Leftists. They're not just stupid and misinformed. They're genuinely evil, shitty people. A lot of them are. Maybe not all. Paul Spula says, black man calls out NFL. I mean, he's just a man, but whatever. Calls out NFL for the Super Bowl halftime show being in Spanish and for the leftist politics of it all. But I guess the fact that he's not a evil white guy makes headlines.
Why would I watch the halftime show or care if I don't understand what he's saying? Like people are saying you're racist for not wanting to watch or support.
I knew nothing. I can't hum a single song. I don't like Purple Rain. I think it's a stupid song. I'm just not a fan of it. Purple rain, purple rain. I don't like it, but I know it. Like when I went to go see Green Day, I did go see Green Day. And their set sounded good. I don't know if it was recorded or if they were playing it live, but they are a very tight band. Pre-game, sounded good. But when I went to see them live, I've seen them like 2 or 3 times live. And they played song after song after song after song. And Weezer did the same. And song after song. I go, oh, I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot about that song. Oh, that's a cool song too. Oh shit, that's right. I know a lot of these songs. I didn't know anything from this bunny character. I didn't understand the language. I didn't understand, and I do speak Spanish, so I mean, I definitely pick up on some things, but I didn't even recognize any of the songs. So what's the deal?
Bad Bunny, and I'm like, I think that's the problem. I think there's an agenda behind why he's performing, and you're part of it. I don't understand what he's saying, so I'm not gonna listen to it. I don't care. He's not speaking my language. Why are you trying to make me feel uncomfortable on an English speaking territory, or in an English speaking territory? I'm sorry. I don't understand what he's saying, so I don't really care. I don't know why he's performing if he can't speak English. That's just how I feel about it. It's just the NFL. This isn't the World Cup with soccer or something. I can understand that, but it's the NFL. Even in soccer, bro, when
a uniquely American sport, and we have English as the national language in this country. Otherwise, you're the Tower of Babel, and you lose all community. You speak English in America. You can speak more than English, but you have to speak English. Just like you can play on the Seattle Seahawks. You must know the playbook. You can maintain the wisdom and knowledge of other playbooks, but you have to speak Seattle Seahawks playbook, or you're not on the same team.
they be having like America News or something like that, like these folks translate the post-game interview in English. So I need that at the Super Bowl halftime show. It's the Super Bowl. If you can't translate the song in English, big dog, I'm gonna need you to find somebody else, because I don't know what you're saying. And no, I'm not racist just because I don't know what you're saying, or just because I don't care about what you gotta say because I don't know what you're saying.
Well said, I think. That's a good comment, Lake Leon. Don't like it? Go buy your own damn bar. Exactly. Kind of says NFL stands for now effing leftist. Well, for a long time they have been. Yellow rain, yellow rain. I think that's like a Diddy thing. No. Look, it's about the comments on the side. Here's the problem. I put the comments up. Now I can't see the other screen. And then I do this and I can't see that. And then the only other option is to do this. Scott Pressler says, don't really care about the Super Bowl. The only thing that has my interest right now is passing the Save America Act. If we don't secure our elections, it could be the difference between peace or war. 267 days until Election Day. Gaina Fauci reminds us this is what we're up against. Less than a month after Charlie Kirk, this Mitra person, gross, says Charlie Kirk deserved what he got. Screw you. Mitra then says, 2 months after that, I think the hardest part of the political climate right now is realizing how many people around me are actually evil, not stupid, not misinformed, just blatantly enjoying and relishing in the suffering of other human beings. She's literally relishing in the suffering of the extermination of Charlie Kirk. Fuck you, Mitra. So when you see those posts that say, I don't care what they think, that's exactly why. Yeah. Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania. The 7 fraud states. And that's just what we know about that they weren't able to conquer. What about the ones that they still cheated in? I get the Save America Act immediately. CNN says doctors performed a brain surgery on a baby before she was born, and now she's thriving. Oh. Doctors performed brain surgery on a baby before she was born. Now she's thriving. Life News says, hey, remember that time when CNN admitted that a baby before birth is a baby? Huh. Of course, the controversy over the weekend of, am I supposed to address Donald Trump, President Trump, sharing the election video? I believe it was about Georgia and about election rigging and vulnerabilities and fraud that had 2 seconds of another unrelated video play after the screen grab was done. Something about Lion King. Am I supposed to go on and on about that? Am I supposed to? I'll get back to you on that one. This is what an Olympian actually had to say. Why do both these people look like they're in the 70s? Anyway.
It brings up mixed emotions to represent the U.S. right now, I think.
Does it now?
It's a little hard.
It's a little hard.
There's obviously a lot going on that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't.
Yeah, we're not a fan of our country being invaded, so Democrats can rig our elections forever.
If it aligns,
steal all of our money and ring up $38 trillion on a credit card.
With my moral values.
Your moral values? You mean the ones of common sense or the ones of your left-wing lunatics?
I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
And going on. He talks in such an annoying way. Going on.
Everything that's going on in the U.S.
On. Everything that's going on.
Going on in the U.S. So yeah, I just kind of want to do it for my friends and my family and the people that support me getting here. It brings
Hunter Hess, Team USA freestyle skier. Byron Donald says, you chose to wear our flag. You chose to represent our country. You chose to compete at the Olympics. If that's too hard for you, then go home. Sage Steele, formerly of ESPN, says, well said, Byron Donald. The hell is this? Oh, this is the compilation from Metatron. You should watch this. It's 28 minutes. Metatron says, are you sick of hearing the phrase, you can't be racist to white people? Me too. So I took 2 months and put together this video, proving anti-white sentiment is racism and dismantles every single lie that progressives and anti-white professors use to justify it. Of course, YouTube algorithms suppressed it, but I'm hoping here on X, this video will be shared, quoted, and make an impact. No more anti-white sentiment. The unwatchable whiteness of holiday. Why are my fellow whites still so awful at naming? Does a white guy always have to be the hero? If I had a choice, I wouldn't be a whitey. Proudly Jewish, proudly gay, reluctantly white. This is a humiliation ritual. It's 28 minutes of this stuff. If you're white, science now says you're probably a racist. Now what? It's just garbage. White women, the angry white liberal women are just slopping up. They're slurping up. They're swallowing, gobbling up They love hating themselves, hating their country, hating their history, hating their nation. We've got to do something to break these angry white liberal females out of their brainwashing loop. I don't know what's gonna do it. White people. Here's why moving to a good school in a good neighborhood is racist. Yeah, so if you move into the hood, that's called gentrification. If you move out of the hood, you're called a racist. It's called white flight. They will try to, the Democrats will try to insult you every angle, every decision you make. They will try to slander you, slur you. It's important that you ignore them, laugh at them, mock them, ridicule them, stand up, confront them verbally, proudly, with conviction. There's more of us than those goofballs. All right, let's find out the amount of fraud in Social Security.
I've been fighting fake news reporters all day long here in the Washington, D.C. swamp who are trying to fearmonger the American people into believing that this administration is going after their hard-earned tax dollars and their hard-earned Social Security checks. So I want to set the record straight on your show tonight, Sean, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do so. President Trump has directed Elon Musk and the Doge team to identify fraud at the Social Security Administration. They haven't dug into the books yet, but they suspect that there are tens of millions of deceased people who are receiving fraudulent Social Security payments. And so their goal in going into the Social Security Administration is to identify three things. Number one, to identify duplicate payments and to end them. Number two, to identify payments that are going to deceased people who are no longer living and should no longer be receiving that money. And number three, to protect the integrity of this system for hardworking Americans who have been paying into it their entire lives. So rest assured to all of the people watching your show tonight, if you paid into the system honestly, you will continue to receive your Social Security checks. Do not buy into the lies from the legacy fake news media who are trying to fear you and scare you into believing otherwise. This
Trying to fear you? What?
Continue to receive your Social Security checks. Do not buy into the lies from the legacy fake news media who are trying to fear you,
fearmonger, yeah,
and scare you into believing otherwise. This is what we've seen them do about President Trump for years with every promise that he has made. And he's going in there to protect your hard-earned money. That is the ultimate goal.
All right. Breathtaking amount of fraud discovered already. This married couple reveals that they're both on disability in the military, and just everybody in the military goes on disability and nobody's turned down from it. What does it say about the system when they're making more doing nothing than the people who are working to fund it? They seem happy about it. Reminder that this is an obvious let's get it done issue. Scott Pressler says this is day 39 of asking Leader John Thune to pass the SAVE Act. Everybody supports it.
Take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter
My SSI provides so-so security.
ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country.
No, it's not.
It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote. So something of a non. Take a look.
So think, you could have clipped it before that, but all right. Thank you for that. Chuck Schumer's lying about voter ID suppressing our votes. She says, I vote in the South with ID every time. No problem. Dems are just shielding their illegal migrant voting scheme. That's their new base. Stealing our elections with no ID. Pass the SAVE Act. I agree. Oh, this was the end of it. This was the end of the Kid Rock performance of Till You Can't, which was so good. And then it was a tribute to Charlie Kirk.
I want to honor God in all that I do. I want to be a great husband, a great father. I want to serve this country. I want to try to continue to lead this movement.
Try to continue to lead this movement and try to play music in the background that I might not be allowed to play.
And to speak truth and to never lie. To stop thinking about yourself all the time and instead think about what you should do to help other people and to defend this country above yourself.
Yeah. It's one thing to think about yourself. It's another thing to try to think about others, the country, humanity, good and evil. I try to balance that. I try. Sometimes I wonder if I'm too far in one direction, but I try.
I'm so inspired. This army of freedom fighters, we're going to be around for the next 100, 200 years.
Yeah, the army of freedom fighters is going to be around for the next 100, 200 years. But they stole Charlie from us.
Because we know in the end, our ideas will win.
God should be...
Oh, yeah, they're better ideas, and those ideas will win. As long as you're on fair footing.
The most important thing in your life. But then beyond that...
Oh, hold on, I talked over that part.
In the end, our ideas will win.
God should be the most important thing in your life. But then beyond that, it's getting married, having children, building families.
God, getting married, having children, and building families.
It's my most important thing in my work. My wife, my kids, my relationship with God, the top three things.
And the more often that you choose the deep, the difficult, but the right path over the easy path is one that will reward you, your family, and this beautiful nation.
Loving memory of our founder and CEO, Charlie Kirk. Here I am, or here am I. Send me, Isaiah 6:8. If not me, who? If not now, when? So that whole till I can't, you know, it was about Charlie Kirk too. You know, you do everything that you can until you can't, because one day you can't. Let's see. What is this on CNN about a ICE raid?
Trump's number one issue still is immigration, and 61%.
It's immigration.
Immigration. And
immigration.
Issue still is immigration, and
immigration.
And 61% still support deporting illegals. 58% oppose defunding ICE. So look, the reality is when you have 10, 20 million people who come in here, and your edict is to implement the largest mass deportation in history, there's going to be some messy moments. I think when you actually look at the numbers.
Oh, she might be making sense here. Is she about to make sense? Oh, he's got a furrowed brow. Maybe she is making sense, and I shouldn't be making fun of her. Linda Moynihan, correspondent, New York Post.
He hasn't deported any citizens. Obama deported 4 citizens. So I'm not going to say that ICE has been perfect 100% of the time.
Are you
but they actually got 2 Nicaragua gang members.
First of all, they haven't actually presented any evidence of that. That's
Trump.
The media deemed the raid on a Chicago resident unsuccessful because it only captured 1 person on the terror watch list and 2 Nicaragua members. Sounds successful to me, and the vast majority of Americans agree. That's the context there. Since the start of Memphis Safe Task Force, there have been more than 6,500 arrests, 1,500 illegal firearms recovered, 148 missing children located. That's what happens when local officials cooperate with federal agencies. Good. World Economic Forum, Matthew Lau says we can induce a meat allergy by using Lone Star ticks to stop the consumption of meat and help the planet. Sean Davis reminds us this is a literal war crime, biological warfare banned by treaty, and this demon wants it used against his own people. Screw him. Cody Johnson is the one that wrote that song, Till You Can't. Is God Bless America a song that you can play?
Beside her and guide her through the night where the light from above.
Okay. Is this playable? Can I play it?
From the mountain to the ground, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America.
I'm sort of dreading waking up tomorrow to the YouTube algorithm copyright restrictions. Isn't God Bless America a song that everybody can? Is that royalty free?
Oh, sweet God bless America.
Remember when you used to be able to sing uplifting songs?
Oh, sweet.
All right. That's pretty nice. But anyway, he's the one that so much better than listening to Billie Eilish cry about stolen land. Berlin Hollyhan put that up. Kid Rock ends the All-American halftime show with a powerful tribute sing Until You Can't in memory of Charlie Kirk. Crowd felt it. Message hit. For a moment, America remembered who she is. This wasn't a concert. It was a line in the sand. Well said. Minneapolis ICE agents detain an entire illegal family in one operation, allegedly. They could have sold everything, used the CBP Home app, and left with cash in hand for a fresh start back home. Instead, they chose to roll the dice and have self-inflicted misery.
Oh, well, they got him. I got him on video. Wait, let me get his face.
Not entirely certain that this video is depicting what it claims to be, but you get the point. The point is, don't roll the dice. Go use CBP Home. Take $2,600. Epstein files. FBI and record protecting former U.S. presidents, Secretary of State, and high-profile celebrities. We all knew it, but this confirms it. Not to protect victims, but to protect the offenders. Millions of files released, powerful faces redacted. All sorts of people. Transparency task. Some photographs depict victims, unknown identified females and males, former U.S. presidents, Secretary of State, and other celebrities. From and to, it's all blocked out. I mean, it says FBI, 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 FBI. Okay. What's the guidance for redacting images? Or who would be able to assist? General Mike Flynn says this must be immediately addressed by the White House. If true, and it damn sure looks like that's the case, how will our White House and Justice Department respond? Eva Vlenderbrook says, well, it's time to make a decision for Europe.
If we don't start to seriously fight for our continent, for our religion, for our people, our countries, then this time that we live in will go down in history as the time in which Western nations no longer had to
get invaded by hostile armies in order to be conquered. The invader was actively invited in by a corrupt elite. Once again, too much music in the background. That's from a CPAC event 2 years ago. Sky News says, breaking, Japan's ultra-conservative prime minister is set to seize more power after an exit poll had her securing a big majority in the country's lower house. Wall Street Mav, though, says, hold on. Look at how the radical left news media frames this. She is not ultra. She's a normal conservative. She didn't seize more power. Her party won an election with a huge popular mandate. The radical left news media is upset that her policy is to deport third world migrants, as every country should be doing. Alex Stein. He's following. I got to follow him back. Hung out with him in Chicago and in Washington, D.C. So Alex says, I spoke with Howard Stern about the Pizzagate conspiracy back in 2016, and after this latest released, I am 100% vindicated, and Howard Stern should apologize to myself for being such a fraud. Howard Stern should be ashamed of himself. There's no shame. But listen to the beginning of this. This is pretty interesting.
Alex, you're on the air in Texas. How are you, Alex?
Hey, now, I'm good. So, Howard, my question is, have you heard about the scandal Pizzagate involving Hillary, Jeffrey Epstein, all
And he's pushing off like, Hillary, hold on. I got this. He's running cover for
the
me.
child predators are running a child predator ring?
That is a fake story.
Let the guy go for a second. I'll straighten.
But Robin,
No, all right, okay, look. For anybody who doesn't know what Pizzagate is, maybe you live under a rock and you don't read the paper.
Yeah, or maybe you're one of the handlers. This is why I take the chat off. It's not because I don't want to see the chat. It's just I'm trying to see the thing on the screen. Maybe you live under a rock. Sounding very...
Who doesn't know what Pizzagate is, maybe you live under a rock and you don't read the paper. But Pizzagate was a thing where...
Uh-huh. Oh, did I click something accidentally?
Fake story.
Who doesn't know what Pizzagate is, maybe you live under a rock and you don't...
Maybe I live under a rock. Or maybe you're one of the handlers that fucks with the new American media when we talk about Pizzagate.
Read the paper. But Pizzagate was a thing where on the web, on the internet...
Oh, is that what the web is? The web is the internet? I didn't know that.
There was a story.
I thought it was about a spider.
It was a fake story. And
oh, it's fake. I am glad Howard Stern is the arbiter of knowing what's fake. It's unknowable. So when anybody wants to tell you that something unknowable is fake, no. Red flag. That's a tell. Not to give the left any tips, but don't fucking do that.
And by the way, you say, where do these fake stories come from? Is it some devious plot? And it is, actually. The Russians and other countries like...
Oh, it's the Russians. Howard was in on the Russian scam.
Like China, our enemies, sit around. They have actual groups of people in their military who do what is called disinformation. They try to confuse the idiots in this country who don't look for sources, who just are on the internet all day. We have people in this country who are like drones. They sit
and
there.
they don't get corroboration. They just believe what they read.
So anyway, Pizzagate turned out one of these disinformation stories was that there was a pizza parlor in...
Oh, it's disinformation. I'm so glad Howard knows everything about everything to disprove something that's actual, that's obvious to everybody now.
Washington, D.C. that had a pornography ring that Hillary Clinton and John Podesta were all involved in, and it was a cuckoo story. Like you'd look at this and go, well, of course this isn't true. This would be in every major newspaper in the world if Hillary Clinton and John Podesta were busy with child porn. So, long story short, some guy reads this and he decides he's going to investigate on his own. So he gets an AR. I think he had an AR-15 or whatever. He comes in with an assault rifle and he goes down to Washington to investigate. I mean, fortunately, all the people got out of there, but I think he shot up the place, if my memory serves me well, yeah.
I think it was one shot into the ground.
And so this is what's happening in our country. We have the internet. It has changed everything.
The internet changed everything.
And you got a bunch of morons who sit home and read internet all day. I don't know why they don't work. And they believe anything they read. And these are very gullible, dumb people. I mean, these are the same people who donate to the Baker family because, or these televangelists, even though Baker himself was in jail. I mean, it's the same. It's just the problem is there's a lot of idiots. Listen, you hear it all the time. There's certain people who call in are dumb. Listen, what are we going to do? If I was president, I'd get rid of a lot of these people. Anybody with an IQ...
Yeah, and didn't you say if you wouldn't take the jab, you'd get rid of them too? You're a tyrant.
IQ below 110 would be gone. That's the end of them. I put them in...
now here you go.
Well, come on. I'm all fired up, Robin. Come on with me. No, but in all seriousness, that is what it is. Now, what do you want to say about it, Alex, now that I've explained it?
Okay, well, think about this. In Podesta's leaked emails, he has a conversation with Marina Abramovich, who's a famous...
Yeah, Alex, good job. Exactly. God, we were digging into this stuff like crazy. Man, we were digging into this stuff like crazy. Howard Stern also said, when are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say it's mandatory to get vaccinated? F them. F their freedom. I want my freedom to live. He called unvaccinated people imbeciles and idiots, saying they were clogging up hospitals. Go F yourself. You had the cure and you wouldn't take it. Fuck Howard Stern. He mocked anti-vax nut jobs and urged mandatory vaccination. It's time to get these people vaccinated, whether they want it or not. If it was up to me, anyone unvaccinated would not be admitted to a hospital. You're going to go home and die. That's what you should get. Absolutely. He reiterated that unvaccinated people should be denied care. Now, if you don't get it, in my America, all hospitals will be closed to you. You're going to go home and die. Whoa, Nimbus, jeez. I didn't know he was jumping. And I felt the claw of his back foot. I think it was his back foot on my hand, and I jumped. Someone go back and get me in slow-mo. I could be like, super surprised by that.
Famous performance artist that bases her whole art on satanic culture and 666.
All right, Alex, I love you.
Believes it's true.
Alex, thank you for listening to me, and I got to go now.
I love you, Robin. I love your titties.
Right.
I love your
there
titties.
You go. Talk about something we can agree on. Robin's
I want
titties.
the milk from your titties, Robin. I want them to pour all over me like the rains in Africa. I love
thinks
your
you have
titties.
milk in your titties. You're so
confused.
Right.
I would suck them like Lenny. I'd get all the milk out.
All right. Thank you. Now, there's a topic we can agree on. Look,
whoa!
Leave me alone with internet theories and all of that. You got to give me a break. I'm here to do gay lie detector tests. I don't know why people look to me to explain everything to them. You know.
All right. There you go. Jonathan Turley says it's hard to say when the New York Times hit rock bottom, but this may be the conclusive landing spot. New York Times columnist Jamel Bowie joked how Vance's mother, J.D. Vance's mother, should have sold him to feed her drug addiction. She recently celebrated 10 years of sobriety. Jonathan Turley's like, what in hell is wrong with the New York Times? Rock bottom. Here's the San Joaquin County Sheriff's captain alleging that Pakistan, well, let's hear his words. What's going on with voting? Listen to this guy. This is official. What's his name? San Joaquin County Sheriff's captain.
The way the voting system is structured, we see quite a few flaws. You're able to register even if and cast a vote if you don't live in the country, as evident of his brother in Pakistan. And I think we have some evidence of 2 or 3 other people out of the country that voted. Is that correct?
Yeah, approximately 2 or 3 other people out of the country, as well as people residing outside of the district.
Okay.
Illegal alien Pakistanis voting in our elections.
The online voter registration system, it seems to be an honor system.
It seems to be a system that needs completely destroyed and never used again if it's an honor system. A hard stop.
Anybody can put information in there to register to vote. All you have to do is click a box and say that you're not lying. And then
how did we let this happen?
You'll get an email from the Secretary of State or something in the mail saying, thank you for registering to vote. And there you are. Once you're on the voter rolls, anytime an election comes around, guess what? You get mailed a ballot, right? You get mailed something to vote. So we found that a little bit problematic. The way the voting system is structured, we see quite a few flaws. You're able to register even if and cast a vote if you don't live in the country. As
that is craziness. Life News shows that Seattle Seahawks linebacker Derek Hall was born at only 23 weeks old. He had no heartbeat, and doctors gave him a 1% chance at survival. But his mom refused to take him off life support, and today he played in the Super Bowl. Good for him. And then they won. Benghazi's in the news. Judge Janine said something stupid about our Second Amendment. But now she's talking about Benghazi. Maybe she'll be better on this topic because she was terrible on the Second Amendment.
The amazing part of all this is that they had drones and they had videos they knew immediately. I spoke to Patricia Smith, and I had the honor, honestly, to call Sean Smith's family, Ty Woods, Glenn Doherty, and the ambassadors and tell them, we're bringing in Bakush. We got another indictment. And Patricia Smith said to me, she said, my son texted me and he said, Mom, they're not going to send help. I'm going to die. I mean, she has to live with that every day. And they lied. They didn't tell anyone. They could have sent F-16s to fly over to disperse that crowd. They could have done all kinds of things. They had a rapid response team that could have gotten there in a few hours. They didn't send help.
Why didn't they?
You have to ask Obama. Benghazi was the most dangerous place on earth for Americans. And they put them there without protection. And they lied to us on the Sunday morning talk shows. They lied to us in Congress. They lied and said they did everything. How dare they? And the American people knew. And it was only through President Trump that we're now going to get some kind of justice, because we never went for them and protected them.
Yeah, that's that movie. What's the one with John? What's that actor's name from The Office? Pam and what's the actor's name? Oh, doggone it. I got John Krasinski. He did that from 05 to 13. He played Jack Ryan in Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan. Where's the movie about ours? Benghazi movie? No. What's going on? Nimbus. Goodness. I can't type because Nimbus sat down in front of me. It's like a number of hours. 13 hours. The Secret Soldiers of Benghazi, 2016. Yeah, shame on them. Thank you. 13 hours. Yeah, I couldn't. You okay, bud? You doing some sneezing? Can I get you some immuno boosters? Anyway, let's get this all out in the open. Chris Stevens was butchered and dragged through the streets. And then they blamed it on an internet video. Remember that? Where they told you, well, if you dare criticize Islam, you know, you get what you get. It's that same, well, Charlie Kirk deserved what he got. No, fuck you. Nope. It wasn't just that it happened. It was that they made an excuse for it. Well, they criticized Islam, you know. You can't ever do that. They kind of got what they could. Fuck you. Oh, God, I covered that story so much at the time. InfoWars report about the Epstein Ranch.
New York Post yesterday, teen Epstein accuser wrote she was used as a human incubator for a secret baby who was snatched at birth. But this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all as a former staff at the Zorro. The material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex. And then he links videos of child pornography. Here it says sex with minor, underage girl sex, underage girl rape, suicide attempt.
And we're taking this is video of this happening.
God. What is this? A left-wing female driver in a white Lexus sedan with Oregon plates 478 PWF drove by right-wing live streamers outside the ICE facility and fired repeatedly with a gun, a BB gun.
Hey, you're triggered, aren't you?
Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that.
Oh, shit, she just shot me with a BB gun.
And she's going down the wrong way.
She just shot me with a BB gun. She just shot me in the face with a fucking BB gun.
478.
She just shot me in the face with a BB gun, bro.
She's shooting a BB gun. Yep.
She just shot me in the face with a BB gun. I hope she comes back. I'm popping with this when she goes by, bro. I'm popping. She just shot me in the fucking face with a BB gun, bro.
Yeah, I heard it.
She shot me in the arm like 3 times with the BB gun and it hit me in the side of the face right now. Oh, I thought it was a real gun. Boom, boom, boom.
No, that would have been louder.
Airsoft.
No. I thought it was a real gun.
License plate and everything.
Yep, the tolerant left. They never have been tolerant. You must do what they say when they say, or else they will shoot you. Always has been. Retire them all. Dan Hill tells us about the recess appointments. Clinton had 139. George W. Bush had 171. Obama had 32. And Trump has 0. So they're asking Leader Thune, why are you blocking a president from your own party from making recess appointments? Get rid of Speaker Thune, or not Speaker Thune, Leader Thune. Get rid of him immediately. Senate Majority Leader. He's not doing anything. Get him the fuck out of there. Sorry, I'm getting, ugh. Get to work. John Husted says that Ohio implemented a strict photo ID law before 2024 presidential election. Turnout data shows no evidence of voter suppression. In fact, 2024 produced the second highest turnout and turnout rate of the last 4 presidential elections in Ohio. 70, 71, 73, and 72%. Okay. This guy passed away. Rest in peace, Brad Arnold. Not everyone knows it, but Three Doors Down was one of the few bands brave enough to play at Trump's first inauguration in 2017. Did you know that? This took balls back then. Brad Arnold was a true patriot. We lost a great American yesterday. Rest in peace, Brad. Good for him. Good for them. I'm here without you, baby. Is that the song? Think about you all the time.
But all these vows that separate a lonely mind.
I'm here without you, baby.
All the time. I'm here without you, baby.
Oh, rest in peace. Maybe I'll do a music reaction. I think I'm going to start knocking out some music reaction videos. Three Doors Down, Tool, and the Kid Rock one. John Kasich, the Rhino from Ohio, says, love the halftime show, which celebrates the wonderful Latino culture. Great pick and great show. Bad Bunny hit a grand slam home run. Yeah, wrong sport, champ. Bob Solera says, the last and funniest stage of Trump derangement syndrome, being forced to pretend you like Bad Bunny as a 73-year-old white guy. Cliff Maloney says, inside scoop, a friend of mine who works for the NFL production team just sent me this. Producers and advertising team are furious about the success of TPUSA's halftime show. It's killing our numbers. Go woke, go broke. You know, it was only 5 million. It was only 15 million. It was only 10 million, whatever the number is. Okay. Adam Carolla plays this all the time, I believe. It's a pure example of chick think.
We have a company,
Nithya Raman, LA City Council member.
You know, the Toyota.
We have a company called Prius. I mean, whatever, Toyota.
Who makes the Prius that essentially has a device on their cars, which is super easy to remove.
Super easy to remove. Bolted attached underneath the vehicle. It's not super easy to remove.
It's basically the value of a MacBook, right? That is put in a place that is incredibly easy to access in your car.
No, it's not incredibly easy to access, to get underneath the vehicle, to get all the tools to strip that out.
And then the thefts related to this issue have essentially all of the costs of that are given to us to bear instead of them having to manufacture a car that actually is not so easy to be stolen.
So easy to be stolen. How about arrest the thieves and keep them in jail and deport the other ones that don't belong here? Bardo says, a few Christmases ago, the catalytic converter was stolen. That's what she's talking about. Stolen off my used Prius in the suburbs. I was mortified as a young woman just getting on her feet after college. Thankfully, insurance handled it, but one thing stood out. All my liberal friends and family saying something along the lines of, well, they probably needed that catalytic converter more than you. It's Christmas after all. It's ghoulish to me that criminal behavior is to be moralized at that level. A catalytic converter is not a loaf of bread, and I do not expect a Jean Valjean arc from the fellow who stole mine anytime soon. After installing a cage on my new converter, my mechanic described the skill necessary to effectively saw these things off. These thieves aren't high school girls swiping eyeliner testers from Sephora. Yet some city officials are behaving as though the two are indistinguishable. Ask yourself, is this the kind of city I want to live in? Where in order to drive a $2,000 tin can a la Craigslist, you first need to soup it up with an $800 Mad Max style cage? Let's not forget, even though you live in the suburbs, expect to pay insurance prices as if you drove through the jungles of Nicaragua each morning. The codification of permissible rhetoric is simply too expensive when we aren't paying for it with life or limb. Laura Loomer says that humiliation ritual, there you go, the humiliation ritual continues. Latin broadcasters are bragging. Is it in English? No. Bragging about how amazing it is that Bad Bunny hijacked Americans' most important party by only singing Spanish. A lot of these people want to erase English and white culture from America, and they aren't hiding it. Gives you a tear in your eye and feeling proud. He sang in Spanish, Benito. Most important. Yeah, okay. Last country music Super Bowl halftime show was Travis Tritt, Clint Black, and the Judds, and Tanya Tucker in 1994. 32 years without country at halftime. Washington Times says no gnome or no deal. Democrats vow to oppose any funding bill if DHS chief remains in charge. Yeah, and? Mike Lee says the zombie filibuster led to this moment of insanity. It's time to end its reign of terror. Ben and Wine shows a must-watch video about why Islamists are so desperate to come into Europe, even though they hate us and everything we stand for. I can't understand why they live in a country they hate. Well, here's why. It's 4 minutes. I'm not going to play it. You do need to hear this one, though. Representative Gene Wu, a Democrat, takes his mask off, and he's a demon. Listen to this shit.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African-American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. Because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair. But the problem is our communities are divided. They're completely divided. And I talk about this. I always
hold on for the context. Matt Walsh says if he said this about black people, Jews, or literally any other group, it would be the biggest story in the country and he'd be forced to resign by the end of the week. And we allow it. Anti-whiteism is the most prevalent, destructive bigotry in America, and it's not even close. Seattle rioting and fighting breaks out after the Super Bowl win. Love the chicks. Yeah, screw that. those cheap shots. And tell me who's usually doing the cheap shot. All right, then. Stay safe out there. The same day, the FBI opened a child trafficking ring against Epstein in 2018. He ordered 6 55-gallon containers filled with sulfuric acid delivered to his private island. Gee, I can't imagine what that's for, says the patriotic blonde. Melania movie has the largest critics versus audience gap ever on Rotten Tomatoes. Critics give it 6%, while audiences rate it 99%. And Rotten Tomatoes spokesman confirms the audience score is real. Andrew Follett shows us this graph that leftists are more than 8 times as likely as a conservative to think that political violence is acceptable. Leftists think that your speech is violence and their violence is speech. Oh, that's insane. Kroger is fleeing Oregon, a $25 billion evacuation of the Kroger chain to leave this leftist political run state. Not just Kroger. I hear that many want to leave, says Johnny Midnight. The illegal alien truck driver who killed 4 Amish men in Indiana was hired by a fraudulent company.
Using the CBP One app and released on parole.
Hold on. Wait, what?
Another illegal immigrant truck driver accused in a deadly crash in Indiana. It killed 4 people. The driver reportedly entered the United States under President Biden using the CBP One app and released on parole. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin has this tragic story. Hi, Mike.
And sadly, Dana, it's another case of someone who entered the U.S. under Biden administration policies, went to a sanctuary state, got a license to get behind a big rig, and now someone is hurt or killed.
No, if you're not an American citizen and you can't prove that you can read English, write English, understand the rules of the road, you have no business operating a CDL. You shouldn't be driving in our country if you can't prove that you understand what's what. New York Post reports that 2 dead bodies found on separate NYC subway trains within hours. Miranda Devine says, "Welcome to Mom Donnie's New York."
Hanging from the cross.
I love that song. Millions just heard the gospel preached from a former drug addict. No one is too far gone for Christ. That's a very important point. Bloomberg says Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez's Socialist Party sustained its second major loss in 2 months in a snap regional election, underlying the government's waning support in large parts of the country. Mike Benn says this is why the corrupt Spanish government is suddenly rushing to flood the country with 500,000 illegal aliens and criminalize any speech that criticizes them. Their party is losing elections rejected by their own voters, so they're importing immigrants to keep them voted in. It's exactly what they're trying to do in America. John Solomon reports that this Democratic senator requires photo ID to enter the campaign event of his while opposing voter ID for elections. You couldn't make it up. Judge overturns election after Democrats were caught ballot stuffing. Where is this at? Yeah, it's from 23 Connecticut judge. Mike Tyson was in a Super Bowl commercial about eating real food, not processed foods. And then RFK Jr. posts this. It's a picture of Bobby Kennedy with a Tyson tattoo. Listen to the difference, the way that J.D. Vance and Michelle Obama talk about being vice president or being in the White House.
There are certainly sacrifices that come along with this life.
Our kids are little. We're going to have to move.
There are also a lot of good things.
It's expensive to live in the White House.
What a blessing it is to be here.
There were moments when I didn't feel like I got enough attention.
We live in this beautiful...
I need more attention. Who are you?
Very protected mansion that the American people have gifted us.
Many people don't know. I mean, much is not covered.
Most of our meals are prepared for us. So we don't have to worry as much about cooking.
You're paying for every food, every bit of food that you eat.
There are a lot of things that in some ways make having a baby easier.
How do you raise kids in the White House?
It's just so interesting seeing this side by side. Everything is a gripe and a complaint, and everything else is some gratitude.
It's dangerous.
You don't have to worry about TSA lines when you're the vice president. Air Force Two makes transportation pretty easy.
We had to pay for their travel to be on the plane.
My attitude towards kids,
they're a hassle.
What the hell have we gotten ourselves into? No more kids.
They mess you up.
Then we had a second, then we had a third, and now both of us are just like, what's one more?
Whatever.
Wow, that is such a stark contrast. Frank McCormick says no one loves Mexico more than those who are protesting being sent back there. Oh, look at all those flags. Yeah, don't forget this. The Skiff puts this out. Pizzagate emails were originally discovered in John Podesta and Hillary Clinton's emails where secret communications involving food, especially the word pizza, were being used to disguise and talk about the trafficking and abuse of kids. These emails were presented to the world by WikiLeaks, which were originally obtained by a brave American patriot named Seth Rich. Seth Rich found out that the DNC rigged the primary against his favorite candidate, Bernie Sanders. Seth worked for the DNC and had special access. He then downloaded the emails and gave WikiLeaks the DNC Podesta Clinton emails. He exposed the Podesta Clinton emails because he saw how corrupt his own party was. His perception of the government and his world was shattered when the truth revealed itself, and he wanted to expose the truth to the world. As an ex-employee of the NSA confirmed that the Podesta Clinton emails were in fact downloaded from someone inside the DNC and not by a foreign nation like they wanted you to first believe, this was found through electronic analysis mentioned in this video. That someone who exposed these emails allegedly turned out to be Seth Rich. A message exposed by John Podesta stated that he supported the idea of making an example out of the DNC leaker. Not too long after, Seth Rich was found dead less than a block from his own home. The cops did not cooperate and immediately closed the case as a botched robbery. The problem is nothing was stolen. His phone, his wallet, his watch, all were found at the scene. Seth was shot multiple times in the back. Many allege that people tied to Podesta and Hillary had Seth killed to make an example out of him for anyone else planning to leak information to the press to expose them and their corruption. U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement say that the cartel-built tunnels have been buried. Oscar Ivan Carrillo of Texas sentenced for aiding narco-terrorist cartels in conducting smuggling operations through man-made tunnels. A powered and ventilated tunnel constructed by the international drug cartel La Nueva Empresa ran beneath the river, linking Ciudad Juarez, Mexico to El Paso, Texas. An ICE operation in partnership with the U.S. Border Patrol resulted in the arrests of additional key members of the organization and the seizure of tunnel construction tools and building materials. Illegal aliens guided through the tunnel into the U.S. exited a manhole cover undetected into a box truck modified with a trap door. Good God. Tony Segura says, why all of a sudden the made-up bullshit attacking DNI Gabbard? Caught because the deep state Leviathan matrix is in a state of total panic. Yes, Tony Segura says, yes, the Dominion systems have modems that can connect to the internet, but they are disabled by election officials who dutifully test to ensure they're switched off. Venezuelan engineer testimony says that doesn't matter. They can be remotely switched on by us. In other words, the answer to your question is yes. For that, you need an engineer that understands the Windows pipeline system, allowing you to block certain parameters within the systems, but through the operating system, I can enable that component. I guess they're trying to go after Tulsi Gabbard. Laura Logan says Tulsi Gabbard is there as a part of the Title 50 investigation into treason. Elections are critical infrastructure, and foreign agents and nations who work with domestic partners to steal, manipulate, are guilty of high crimes. That is why she is under attack. They see the walls closing in, and they are terrified. It is proof that they do not own her, and she works for the American people. I think that's where I'm going to leave it for today. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button, share the show with a friend. We need to grow this program. We appreciate all of you. We appreciate your Rumble rants for today. Reminder that we do have super chats out there, and you can sign up on our Patreon or become a monthly subscriber on Rumble and YouTube. That's a great way to just set it and forget it and be like, yeah, I'm in for $5 a month or $10 a month. Set it and forget it. Because we got an $800 bill coming up, and we haven't made anything on our YouTube channel in the first 9 days of February. So please consider helping your boy. Yeah, I'm going to go. Yeah, I think maybe later today I'll do some music reaction videos on the I Like YouTube Just Fine channel. That's the game plan. I Like YouTube Just Fine. Do some reaction videos. So check that out. Make sure you subscribe to that channel. Now I'm being told we might not be able to do the Strictly Football show tomorrow at the right time. So stay tuned. I may have to do that later today or tomorrow at a different time. I'd rather just do it today since everyone's thinking about the Super Bowl. But I'll keep you posted as I get new information. Pinkies up to our followers today who had some goofy BS comments to post. We appreciate that. We'll be back again tomorrow, perhaps shows in between. So stay tuned. Maybe we'll get like a random going live because we do what we can. Before I sign off, Kenneth wants to make sure we have fun. That we have fun. Thank you for the funds, Kenneth. Throwing a 10-piece, throwing a Jeffrey Epstein. Doesn't really, Jeffrey Epstein does look like Andrew Jackson on the $10 bill, right? Wait, is he the 20? Hamilton's on the 10. I'm thinking of 20. Kenneth peels us off a Finn is a 5. What's a 10? A Diaz? What's slang for a $10 bill? I don't know what slang is, but I will say thank you. I'll say gracias in Bad Bunny vernacular. Gracias, says Bad Bunny. Para 10 dólares. Muchas gracias. Appreciation to all of you. All right. Yeah, I got to text the guys about Strictly Football, figure out where we're going to do this Super Bowl recap show. Sooner the better. So today, if I can, I'll text them right now. Got to eat something and go from there. Nimbus is stretching on me. Hi, guy. Maybe he wants some more lunch. So I'm going to call it for today. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Hope you had a good time. Had a lot to unpack. So much news, and there'll be more tomorrow. Every day, it's another chance to figure out what people are talking about. Tell some jokes and become a little smarter in the process. All right, now signing out on behalf of everybody out there in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.